Alric moved silently through the thick jungle, every step measured and calculated. His eyes scanned the ground, picking up the faintest traces of Ron's path. Broken twigs, the faint imprint of a boot in the mud, a crushed leaf, are all signs that his prey was close. There's no time to waste, Alric thought, his expression calm but his mind racing. Corvin is walking into a trap, and the longer I linger, the closer he gets to his end. I have to secure my way out before it all falls apart. Not long after, Alric's keen eyes caught sight of movement up ahead. He crouched low, his body blending into the shadows of the trees. There, just beyond the clearing, he saw them. Ron, the Baron's son, stood nervously by a large rock, his face pale and filled with fear. But it wasn't just Ron that caught Alric's attention. It was the man standing next to him. A man Alric recognized all too well. One of their own, a member of Corvin's inner circle. The one they had contacted from the Baron's mansion, thinking him a valuable asset. Alric's eyes narrowed as the realization hit him. Of course. This snake, he's been playing both sides all along. The traitor stood confidently, his back turned to Alric, as if he didn't have care in the world. He spoke to Ron in low, reassuring tones, as though guiding him through a rehearsed plan. The boy seemed confused, scared, but willing to trust the man beside him, completely unaware of the depth of the betrayal surrounding him. That's how it is, then, Alric thought, his lips curling into a grim smile. He was planning this from the start. The man had pretended to be their informant, someone working with Corvin's crew, but all the while he had been planning to hand the boy back to the Baron's forces. It was a masterful betrayal, one Alric could almost respect if it hadn't been directed at them. I should have seen this coming, Alric mused bitterly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his dagger. He played the game well. Too well. He moved closer, staying low in the underbrush, watching their every move. The traitor was too at ease, too sure of himself, completely unaware that Alric was already hunting him. The man thought the plan was perfect, that he would slip away with Ron and collect his reward from the Baron. But Alric wasn't going to let that happen. Corvin might be walking into a trap, but I won't be a casualty of this disaster, he thought, his mind already crafting the next move. Ron's my ticket out, and this traitor will pay for thinking he could outplay me. With silent precision, Alric drew his blade, the edge gleaming faintly in the dim jungle light. He moved forward like a shadow, ready to strike. Alric's blade flashed under the moonlight, a swift arc of death aimed at the traitor who had foolishly thought he could outsmart him. Slunk. The blade cut cleanly through the man's throat. Blood sprayed, and the betrayer's eyes went wide in shock for a brief moment before his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Alric's eyes never wavered as he wiped the blood from his dagger, his focus now entirely on Ron. The boy stood frozen, his face pale as death, as he stared at the body of the man who had just been cut down before him. "You little rat," Alric growled, his voice cold and filled with contempt. "You've caused me quite a pain. But that's all over now." He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice, intent on securing the boy before things could spiral further out of control. But then his senses flared. In an instant, Alric's eyes narrowed, and his body shifted instinctively to the side. Something was coming fast. King Kong technique, Alric thought immediately, his heart pounding as he spun to meet the danger. Someone was moving with incredible speed, their presence barely noticeable until they were nearly upon him. A streak of black starlight flashed through the jungle, a deadly arc of energy slicing through the air toward him. Alric reacted instantly, his aura-covered dagger meeting the incoming strike with perfect precision. Clang! The two forces collided in a burst of energy. Alric gritted his teeth, his dagger cutting through the starlight-infused attack, defending himself from the deadly blow. The power behind it was immense, but Alric managed to hold his ground, the clash sending shockwaves rippling through the jungle. He didn't need to look twice to know who had arrived. Out of the shadows, the young man with a scar on his right eye stepped forward, his eye stalk glowing faintly with the remnants of starlight mana. His expression was calm, his gaze cold as he locked eyes with Alric. "Impressive," Alric muttered, his voice barely a whisper. "So, he is the one who's been killing our men." The face was unfamiliar, someone that he was seeing for the first time. But at the same time, the wounds of the deceased had fit the weapon that he was using. Not that it seemed he had any intention to hide anything. The air between them crackled with tension, both men poised for the next move. Alric's eyes flicked toward Ron for a brief second, calculating his next move. He's fast, precise, and too skilled for me in a direct confrontation, Alric thought, weighing his options. But if the boy's life is threatened, he'll have no choice but to react. His gaze snapped back to the young man, his expression unreadable. "Who are you?" Alric asked aloud, though his mind was already working on a plan. The young man didn't seem bothered by the question. "Does it matter?" he replied with that same smirk, his stance relaxed yet prepared. "This fight's over." Alric's eyes narrowed. "Arrogant. But he's skilled." He knew that this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Testing his opponent's strength was the only way to buy himself time and set the pieces in motion. In a flash, Alric dashed forward, his dagger aimed at the young man's chest. The speed of his attack was impressive, but the young man was faster. Clang! The estoc met Alric's blade with a sharp, ringing sound. Alric gritted his teeth. As his strikes were parried one after the other, the young man's movements smooth and effortless. Each time Alric's blade came close, the estoc seemed to appear out of nowhere, deflecting it with precision. "He's too good," Alric thought grimly as his strikes were thwarted again and again. The young man was moving like the wind, his footwork graceful, his strikes fast and relentless. Alric's dagger felt clumsy against the finesse of the estoc. But Alric wasn't without his own tricks. The young man's estoc flew toward him again in a quick stab, but Alric was prepared this time. Now, he thought, activating his shadow arts. In an instant, his body flickered, teleporting a short distance away from the young man's strike. The young man's eyes widened slightly as Alric reappeared behind him. But it wasn't the assassin's blade he was targeting this time. With a flick of his wrist, Alric hurled a dagger directly at Ron. The boy's eyes widened in terror as the blade spun toward him. Alric's lips curled into a grim smile. "He's here to save the boy. If I force him to act, I'll have the opening I need." In that split second, Alric's plan seemed perfect. But as the dagger sailed through the air, the young man moved. Clang! The estoc flashed like lightning, its black starlight sending a rapid arc, deflecting the dagger before it could reach its mark. Lucavian's eyes, no longer playful, locked onto Alric's. "You're predictable." Alric's breath quickened as he realized his plan had crumbled in an instant. His advantage was gone, and now, the young man's eyes shone with that eerie purple light, the unmistakable glow of starlight mana. "Damn it!" Alric thought, tightening his grip on his dagger. "I miscalculated." Before he could even react, the young man dashed forward, moving like a blur, his estoc leading the charge. Clang! The first strike came fast, aimed at Alric's heart. He barely managed to parry it, his body jerking back to avoid the deadly thrust. Swoosh! The second strike was quicker, slashing toward his ribs. Alric twisted his body, evading by a hair's breadth, but the force of the swing made his arm tingle from the sheer speed of the estoc. "He's toying with me," Alric realized with a grimace. "He's not even trying." Crash! The third strike came crashing down with a force that sent a shockwave through the ground. Alric blocked with all his might, his dagger barely holding against the weight of the estoc. His arms shook violently as his knees buckled under the pressure. And then the fourth strike hit. Slash! Alric gasped as the estoc pierced through his side, the starlight-infused blade cutting deep. Blood poured from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. Pain shot through his body, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. The fifth strike came faster than he could react. Slash! Another gash, this time across his chest. Alric staggered back, his vision blurring as blood soaked his tattered clothes. His movements became sluggish, his strength fading with each second. And then, the sixth strike. Shunk! The estoc sliced through the air, its black starlight trailing behind it, and pierced straight into Alric's neck. His eyes widened in shock as blood sprayed from the wound, his hands instinctively reaching for his throat, but there was no stopping it. Lucavian pulled his blade free, and Alric's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The once crafty assassin now lay motionless, his final plan shattered before he could execute it. Lucavian looked down at Alric's corpse, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips as he wiped the blood from his estoc. "Told you," he murmured, his voice low. "Predictable." He turned his gaze to Ron, who stood frozen in fear, his eyes wide as he stared at the young man who had saved his life. The sun was setting over the smoldering remnants of the bandit camp. The once thriving hideout of Corvin's men now lay in ruins, their ranks scattered and broken. Some of the surviving bandits fled into the wilderness, their resolve shattered by the deaths of their leaders, while others surrendered, hoping for mercy that would never come. The expedition team had done its job. The bandits were no more. Lucavian stood beside Roderick, his arms crossed as they both watched the last of the stragglers disappear into the forest. The tension from the battle had faded, leaving behind a strange calm in the aftermath of the chaos. "Well," Roderick said, his voice breaking the silence. "It seems we've done it. Ron is safe, and the bandits, well, they won't be troubling anyone again." He glanced at Lucavian, his eyes narrowing slightly. "But Corvin, did you really kill him?" Lucavian's gaze remained on the horizon for a moment longer before he turned to face Roderick. His expression was unreadable, his eyes glinting with the remnants of battle-hardened focus. "Yes," he said calmly. "Corvin is dead, along with the rest of his lieutenants." Roderick raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "And you're sure of that?" Lucavian smirked faintly. "If you want proof, I can show it to you." Without waiting for a response, Lucavian reached into his spatial pouch, his hand disappearing into the small, enchanted space. A moment later, he pulled out a gruesome collection, the heads of those he had slain. One by one, he laid them out on the ground in front of Roderick. Lothar, Loren, Alric, Corvin, Sorn. Each head, though lifeless and cold, still bore the distinct features of the once powerful lieutenants and their leader. Their expressions were frozen in the final moments of their lives, some twisted with pain, others with shock. The sight was both grisly and undeniable. "I brought these with me," Lucavian said casually as if discussing something far more mundane, "just to ensure that no one else would dare to claim the bounties on them. After all, I did the work." Roderick stared at the severed heads for another moment, the sheer weight of the scene still sinking in. "You really went all out," he muttered, a mixture of awe and discomfort lingering in his tone. Lucavian's calm, methodical demeanor only made the sight more unsettling. Lucavian gave a slight shrug, his voice cold and pragmatic. "A job's a job, and I don't leave things unfinished." Roderick nodded, his gaze flicking back to Lucavian with a newfound respect. "Well, a broken bar. I don't think anyone will doubt your claims now. You've earned every bit of that bounty, that's for sure." He glanced up, catching Lucavian's eyes. "The Baron will want to hear of this." "You'll be well rewarded." Lucavian nodded, unfazed by the thought of his reward. "Of course," he said, his tone flat. "I wouldn't expect any less." Then, after a moment of silence, he turned his gaze fully to Roderick, his expression hardening slightly. "But speaking of rewards, are the things I requested from you ready?" Roderick blinked, momentarily taken aback by the shift in conversation. He frowned slightly as he recalled what Lucavian was referring to: his request for official citizenship in the Arcanese Empire and an introduction to the Adventurers Guild through Roderick's own status as a knight. These weren't trivial matters, especially in the political landscape of the Empire. "Aha, broken bar about that," Roderick began, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Everything happened too fast. Corvin's ambush, the boy's disappearance. It's been chaos. It's not easy to secure something like that overnight. These things take time." Lucavian tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. "I understand," he said quietly, his voice calm, though there was an unmistakable edge to it. "But make sure you're not thinking of going back on your word." His gaze sharpened, and for a brief moment, the air around him grew heavy with a menacing pressure. His bloodthirst leaked out, subtle but suffocating. "You know the consequences if you do." Roderick felt the weight of Lucavian's presence bearing down on him, but instead of flinching, he let out a low, rumbling laugh. "I'm not a man who goes back on his word, Lucavian. You'll get what I promised you. I just need time to make it happen." "But don't worry," he added with a grin. "I'll see to it myself." Lucavian held Roderick's gaze for a moment longer before finally nodding, his bloodthirst receding. "Good. I'll hold you to that." He turned away, casting one last glance at the battlefield littered with corpses. "Time is the only thing you have for now." Roderick let out a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "You shouldn't be so fierce all the time, Lucavian. You'll scare off potential allies with that attitude." Lucavian, for the first time since their conversation began, allowed a small smile to tug at the corner of his lips. "There are times when I'm fierce," he said with a shrug. "And there are times when I'm not." "Sure, Roderick said with a smirk, waving his hand again. But inwardly, his thoughts were more serious. "This guy broken bar, he's not someone you want to mess with. Stronger than anyone I've ever seen her, and with that cold, calculated approach to battle, he's even more dangerous." He eyed Lucavian carefully as they stood together, the tension of the battle fading but the understanding of who Lucavian truly was settling in. "Let's get the official side of things done soon," Roderick said, his tone casual but his respect for Lucavian clear. "I'd rather have you as an ally than anything else." Lucavian's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement, but he simply nodded. "I'll look forward to it." Lucavian walked through the streets of Rackenshaw, his steps measured but purposeful. The cool evening air brushed against his face, and the distant sounds of the city winding down filled the background. His mind, however, was elsewhere on the events that had unfolded over the past few days. The mission had been completed, and he had done exactly as Harlan requested, dealt with the bandits without breaking his sword. The weight of the estoc at his side was a familiar one, though it wasn't quite the same as when he had first set out. His fingers brushed over the hilt, feeling the slight roughness where the once smooth metal had begun to show signs of wear. There were cracks along the blade, faint but visible, and a few nicks along the edges where it had collided with the weapons of the bandits. But despite all that, it had held. It hadn't broken. Vitaliara's voice echoed softly in his mind, breaking the silence. "You seem quite satisfied with yourself, Lucavian." He smirked, his lips twitching upward at her teasing tone. "I am," he admitted. "I didn't break it." "Harlan can't say I didn't follow through on his conditions." "True, though I imagine he'll have something to say about the state of your weapon," she purred, shifting slightly on his shoulder. "But the job's done, and you're still in one piece." "That's what matters, isn't it?" "That's the part I'm most satisfied with," Lucavian replied, casting a glance down at his sword once again. "Could have been worse." "A lot worse." He reached the entrance to the smithy, the familiar building standing just as nondescript as before, tucked away at the edge of town. The faded sign hung above the door, barely visible in the dim light. The rhythmic clang of metal being worked inside was quieter this time, more methodical. It seemed Harlan was at it again, his never-ending work of crafting weapons continuing as it always had. Lucavian paused for a moment before pushing the door open. The familiar warmth of the forge enveloped him as he stepped inside, the glow of the embers casting long shadows across the room. The racks of old weapons, tools, and artifacts lined the walls just as before, though this time, Lucavian's attention was focused solely on the man at the back of the room. Harlan stood by the forge, hammering away at a glowing piece of metal, his concentration unwavering. He didn't immediately acknowledge Lucavian's arrival, but it was clear he knew. The old man's senses were too sharp to miss anything, even in the depths of his work. Lucavian took a breath, walking further into the smithy. "I'm back," he called out, his voice carrying over the steady clang of Harlan's hammer. "And I didn't break the sword." Harlan's hammer paused mid-swing, hovering above the metal for a brief moment before he set it down with practiced ease. Slowly, he turned to face Lucavian, his gaze falling first on the estoc at his side, then drifting upward to meet his eyes. The old man's expression was unreadable at first, his eyes narrowing as they took in the sight of Lucavian and the weapon he carried. After a long pause, he nodded, though there was no smile on his face. "Let's see it, then," he said gruffly, motioning for Lucavian to hand over the weapon. Lucavian drew the estoc from its sheath and held it out, the blade gleaming faintly in the dim light of the forge. The cracks and marks on the weapon were more visible now, the nicks and scuffs telling the story of the battles it had seen. Harlan took it without a word, turning it over in his hands with the same critical eye he had shown before. For a moment, there was silence as Harlan inspected the blade, his fingers running along the cracks, his eyes narrowing at the damage. Lucavian could feel his heart beating in his chest, though he kept his expression calm. He had done what was asked of him, and now it was time to see if it was enough. Harlan finally let out a long, low grunt, handing the sword back to Lucavian. "You didn't break it," he said, his tone neutral. "But it's seen better days." Lucavian took the estoc, sliding it back into its sheath with a soft click. "It held when it needed to," he replied. "Got the job done." Harlan's eyes flicked back to Lucavian, studying him for a moment before he spoke again. "Aye, that it did." There was a pause, then the faintest hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Harlan's mouth. "You've done well, lad." "Better than I expected." Lucavian had finally proved himself in front of the old man, and he could not help but smile at that. Lucavian couldn't hide the small, satisfied smile that crept onto his face at Harlan's rare praise. He had finally proved himself in front of the old blacksmith. It had been a tough road, and the mission wasn't without its challenges, but now he stood here, victorious and intact. "Does that mean I'm qualified to get my weapon from you now?" Lucavian asked, his voice calm but carrying a hint of excitement. Harlan turned to him, raising an eyebrow, and let out a gruff laugh. "It seems dealing with all those bandit bastards made you dumber, lad. Can't you remember what we agreed on?" Lucavian's smile widened. "Of course I remember," he said smoothly, his tone light. "I just wanted to hear it from you. You know, to confirm." Harlan crossed his arms, his frown deepening as he fixed Lucavian with a stern look. "You take me for a man who'd go back on his word?" His voice was low, gravelly, carrying the weight of his pride. Lucavian shook his head, his smile still lingering. "Not at all. I just didn't want to get ahead of myself." Harlan let out a snort, though there was no real malice behind it. Well, you've proven yourself, lad. I gave my word, and I'll keep it. You'll get your weapon." Lucavian nodded, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. He had earned Thesa through sweat, blood, and determination. The road had been long, but now, he was on the cusp of obtaining something far greater than a mere blade. Harlan uncrossed his arms and turned back to the forge, his gruff demeanor softening just a bit. "But it don't think for a second that means you can rest easy. We're just getting started. This sword will be like none you've wielded before. If you're not prepared, it'll break you before you even get to use it." Lucavian's smile faded, replaced with a look of steely determination. "I'm ready," he said simply. Harlan gave a slight nod, his back already turned as he reached for his tools. "Good." Harlan waved a hand dismissively, his gruff voice cutting through the quiet of the forge. "Now get out of here. I need to focus, and I can't do that with you hanging around like a damn shadow." Lucavian opened his mouth to reply, but Harlan was already deep into his work, pulling tools from the walls and setting them around the forge with practiced precision. Realizing there was no point in lingering, Lucavian nodded quietly to himself and turned to leave. But just as he began to move, something caught his eye, a glimpse of something on the workbench beside Harlan. Lucavian's gaze flickered to the corner of the forge, where a large sheet of parchment lay partially rolled up. It was a blueprint, intricate and detailed, showing the outline of a sword's body, its form sleek yet powerful. His eyes widened slightly when he noticed the material Harlan was preparing on another table. Large, dark scales faintly shimmering with an ominous, otherworldly glow. They were unmistakable. The scales of an abyssal whim. Lucavian had heard tales of how rare and resilient they were, nearly indestructible, forged in the heart of darkness itself. The fact that Harlan had obtained such material and had already begun working on it sent a rush of anticipation through him. "He's been working on it all along," Lucavian realized, his heart pounding in his chest. Harlan had already started crafting the blade, even before the mission had been completed. The realization only deepened Lucavian's respect for the old man. This wasn't just going to be any weapon, it was something extraordinary, forged from one of the rarest and the most dangerous creatures known to mankind. And Harlan was the only one capable of turning those materials into something Lucavian could wield. As if sensing Lucavian's lingering presence, Harlan shot a quick glance over his shoulder, his voice a low growl. "You still here, boy? I told you to leave. Come back when I'm done. You'll know when the time's right." Lucavian snapped out of his thoughts and gave a quick nod, stepping toward the exit. "Got it," he said, suppressing the growing excitement within him. As he walked out of the smithy, the heat from the forge faded, replaced by the cool air of Rackenshaw's streets. Vitaliara's voice echoed softly in his mind as he left the building. "It seems you'll have quite the weapon soon, Lucavian. Are you ready for it?" "Hey, a broken bar. Ready than ever." "Is that so?" Just like that, Lucavian had left the place. As he returned to the inn, Roderick sat at his desk, his fingers tapping lightly against a stack of papers. He had called for Lucavian, and now, he waited. His eyes occasionally flicked to the corner of his office where a leather-bound folder rested a file containing the identity he had painstakingly crafted for Lucavian. It had taken time, favors, and a considerable amount of money, but it was finally ready. The door creaked open, and Lucavian stepped into the room, his usual calm and cold demeanor present as always. He glanced around briefly before settling his gaze on Roderick, who gestured for him to sit. "Well," Roderick said, leaning back in his chair, "it took a bit longer than expected, but I've got everything ready for you." He opened the leather folder, pulling out a set of documents and a small, glowing ID card. "Your new identity." Lucavian raised an eyebrow, taking the seat offered to him but saying nothing. Roderick smirked slightly, knowing Lucavian was keen on details, especially with something as important as this. "Lucavian Renwin," Roderick began, reading from the documents. "That's your new surname. You're an orphan from a small village called Valecrest, located on the outskirts of the Empire near the western border." Lucavian's eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing the information. "The backstory we've crafted for you is solid. You were raised in Valecrest until the village was destroyed by a monster raid about a decade ago. That's when you left and began wandering, picking up various odd jobs in mercenary work. If anyone looks into it, they'll find records of Valecrest's destruction, as well as a few villagers who were relocated after the incident. There's even a temple that can verify your status as an orphan, should anyone bother to check." Roderick flipped through the pages, showing Lucavian a detailed background, meticulously fabricated but convincing. "You've been around for a few years, moving from town to town. Nothing too flashy, just enough to blend in, but not enough to attract too much attention." He handed Lucavian the documents, letting him look through them. "This here," Roderick continued, tapping the small ID card, "is the most important part. It's your official identity as a citizen of the Arcanese Empire. It's a magical artifact developed by the Empire's arcane experts. Hard to forge, even harder to come by unless you've got connections." Lucavian picked up the ID card, watching as it shimmered faintly with magic. "How does it work?" he asked quietly, his gaze fixed on the card. Roderick grinned. "It's tied to your mana signature. It's essentially proof that you're an official citizen. The Empire's bureaucracy is strict, so without this, you're no one. With it, however, you've got access to guilds, trade, even travel permits within the Empire's borders. Anyone who tries to verify your identity will find you in the official records: name, origin, and backstory. You're now Lucavian Renwin, orphan of Valecrest." Lucavian nodded, inspecting the card further before slipping it into his coat. "It'll do," he said, his tone as calm as ever, but there was a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Roderick leaned back, satisfied with his work. "Good." This wasn't easy to pull off, but it should hold up to scrutiny. "You've got the identity you need, and if you ever run into any issues, you know who to call." "Thanks." Roderick leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk as he watched Lucavian tuck the ID card away. "With this," he said, "the first part of our deal is finished. But, as you know, there are two more things still outstanding." Lucavian's eyes flickered with curiosity, though his face remained unreadable. He stood quietly, waiting for Roderick to continue. "First," Roderick began, sliding a neatly folded letter across the desk, "just as you requested, I've written a reference letter for you to the Adventurers Guild. While you're not well known in their circles yet, this should smooth things over. Having a knight's recommendation will certainly make the process easier for you to register and begin working under their system." Lucavian picked up the letter, glancing over the seal before slipping it into his coat alongside the ID card. "Efficient," he remarked. Roderick gave a small smirk, nodding. "I do try." "Now, About the money. He leaned forward slightly. The reward that I had promised for taking care of Corvin and his lieutenant, so it's being processed as we speak. You'll have your payment soon, so you don't need to worry about that. Lucavian remained silent, his gaze unwavering as he listened. Roderick paused, then sighed. And that brings me to the final matter. The Baron himself wants to meet you. At that, Lucavian's eyes narrowed slightly. He had expected this, but hearing it confirmed sparked a flicker of annoyance in his gaze. Why? Roderick raised a hand as if sensing Lucavian's frustration. He's interested. After all, you saved his son and took down the most dangerous bandit lord in the region. It's only natural that he'd want to meet the man behind the blade. Hearing that, Lucavian will smile slightly. If that is the case, there is no way a commoner like me can refuse an order from a noble, can I? To that, Roderick could not help but look at Lucavian like a madman. This bastard's mood swings too fast. Lucavian stepped out of Roderick's office, the cool evening air brushing against his face as he made his way down the cobbled streets of Rackenshaw. The town was quieter than usual, the tension of the recent bandit threat finally lifting. With Corvin and his lieutenants dead, the people could breathe again, free from the terror that had plagued them for months. He could sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere, an underlying relief that pulsed through the town. He walked with purpose, but his mind wandered as he surveyed the people around him. Some had begun to return to their routines, children playing in the streets, merchants setting up their evening stalls, and villagers chatting outside their homes. The shadows of fear had retreated, replaced by a cautious optimism that life could return to some semblance of normalcy. Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, soft yet playful. So, how does it feel to be Lucavian Renwin, orphan of Veilcrest? Lucavian smirked, his eyes scanning the bustling market. It has a certain ring to it, doesn't it? He replied, the weight of his new identity settling comfortably on his shoulders. Though it'll take some getting used to. You'll manage, she purred, her presence warm against his consciousness. You always do. But I have to say, this new identity suits you. A wanderer with notes are free to go wherever you please. He chuckled under his breath. I suppose it does. Though I doubt freedom ever comes without strings. True, Vitaliara agreed, but at least now you have the means to move more freely through the Empire. No one will question who you are. Lucavian continued down the main road, watching as the town's inhabitants began to relax, some even laughing as they passed by. The air felt lighter, and for the first time since arriving in Rackenshaw, he noticed the absence of the oppressive weight that had hung over the town. The threat of the bandits is gone, Lucavian mused aloud. The villages surrounding Rackenshaw will be safer now. They'll be able to rebuild, and the people here can finally have some peace. Thanks to you, Vitaliara added, her tone matter of fact. You did more than just kill Corvin. You gave this place a chance to recover. Lucavian nodded, though he didn't dwell too much on the thought. While it was not like he was a heartless bastard, it was not like he did all this just to help the people around here. If not for the fact that Harlan had given him such a request, he would take his time rather than directly fighting like this. The town's survival was a side effect of completing his mission, but it wasn't what drove him. That was definitely a fact. As he walked past the market stalls, one of the merchants called out to him, a middle-aged man with a grizzled beard and tired eyes. Hey, you there? You're the one who helped take down those bandits, right? Lucavian glanced over, his expression neutral. I suppose so. The man gave him a wide smile, his face creasing with relief. You saved us all, you know. If it weren't for you and your group, we'd still be living in fear of Corvin and his men. We owe you our lives. Lucavian simply nodded, offering a polite but distant acknowledgement. I'm glad I could help. The man beamed and waved him off, returning to his stall as Lucavian continued on his way, his thoughts turning inward once more. You've made quite an impression, Lucavian Renwin, Vitaliara teased, her voice filled with amusement. The hero of Rackenshaw, whether you like it or not. I'm no hero, Lucavian repeated, his smirk fading slightly as he glanced at the bustling marketplace around him. If not for the fact that there was something for me to gain from all this, I wouldn't have done it. Harlan's request, the reward, The opportunity, it's all business. That's what drives me. Vitaliara's tail flicked lazily as she rested on his shoulder, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Really? She asked, her tone light but probing. Is that really the case? Would you have just stood by and watched while these people were taken advantage of? Lucavian's steps slowed for a moment as her question lingered in the air. He didn't answer immediately, his gaze sweeping over the streets where life had begun to return to normal. The children playing, the merchants hawking their wares, the villagers moving without fear. It all felt a broken bar different now that the threat was gone. He remained silent, unwilling to engage in the argument. He wasn't some savior, and he certainly hadn't acted out of altruism. But there was something in the back of his mind, something he couldn't quite shake, a faint echo of a conscience he preferred not to acknowledge. Vitaliara, sensing his hesitation, let out a soft purr. You're not being honest with yourself, Lucavian, she teased, her voice warm but firm. You can tell yourself it was all about the reward, but I see through you. Lucavian chuckled, a low, almost resigned laugh. Maybe, he muttered, a trace of amusement tugging at his lips. But if I'm not being honest, at least I'm consistent. That's something, Vitaliara replied with a playful tone. Still, deep down, I think you care more than you let on. Even if you won't admit it. Lucavian shook his head, the smirk returning to his face as he resumed his pace. I don't know what you're talking about, he said lightly, though the lingering weight of her words stayed with him. As Lucavian approached the familiar inn, the building stood like a beacon of comfort amidst the winding streets of Rackenshaw. The evening air was cool, and the sounds of the town settling in for the night filled the background. He reached for the door and pushed it open, stepping inside. The warm glow of the hearth greeted him, and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. The inn had changed in subtle ways since he had first arrived. People no longer stared at him with suspicion or fear. The atmosphere was light now, more welcoming, and that fact wasn't lost on him. Elena, the owner of the inn and Greta's mother, was behind the counter when he entered. Her demeanor was noticeably different from when he first came to stay. Back then, she had been skeptical, even fearful, after seeing the scene with Ragnar and witnessing his formidable presence. But now, after his involvement in the bandit subjugation had become known throughout the city, things had shifted. Ah, Sir Lucavian, Elena greeted him warmly, her face lighting up with a genuine smile. She came around from behind the counter, her tone filled with respect that hadn't been there before. Welcome back. Lucavian could not help but sigh inwardly at the change in her demeanor but offered a polite nod in return. Good evening, Miss Elena. Would you like a meal, Sir Lucavian? Elena asked, her tone warm and welcoming, as she stood by the counter. The respect in her voice felt almost too much, but Lucavian understood it came from a place of genuine gratitude. He sighed inwardly at the title, knowing there was little he could do to change it now. One dinner, please, he replied, keeping his tone polite but measured. Elena nodded eagerly, already turning to head toward the kitchen. Right away, Sir Lucavian. It'll be ready in no time. As she disappeared into the back, Lucavian let his eyes wander around the inn. The last week had brought a significant shift in how people viewed him. After word had spread that he had played a key role in the bandit subjugation, it wasn't just the locals' stares that changed. Elena and her husband had come to him the day after the event, returning the money he had paid for his stay, insisting that they couldn't take payment from the town's hero. At first, he had refused, not wanting the special treatment. He wasn't one to revel in praise or accept handouts. But their earnestness had been palpable. This was their way of showing their gratitude, and to refuse would have been disrespectful. In the end, he accepted their gesture with quiet humility. They see you as a hero, and that makes them feel indebted. Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, her tone contemplative. It may be a small thing, but for them, it's a way to honor you. Lucavian leaned back slightly in his chair, letting the warmth of the hearth settle over him. I didn't do it for this, he muttered softly, though there was no real frustration in his voice. Of course not, Vitaliara responded, her presence warm and soothing. But that doesn't mean you can't accept their gratitude. Sometimes, letting people show kindness is part of the balance. He smirked slightly at her words, watching as Elena returned with a tray in hand. The meal was simple but heartier: a plate of roasted meat, fresh bread, and some vegetables. She placed it gently in front of him, beaming. "Enjoy, Sir Lucavian, and please, if you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you," he replied, offering a nod of appreciation. As she left him to his meal, Lucavian took a moment to savor the quiet, letting the reality of his situation sink in. He may not have sought their gratitude, but for now, he would accept it. There was still much to be done, and this brief moment of calm was just a respite before the next step in his journey. The faintest hints of dawn had yet to touch the sky when Lucavian stirred in his bed. The quiet of the inn surrounded him, the soft creak of wood and the occasional whisper of the wind the only sounds breaking the stillness. It was a routine he had built over the years, awaking before the sun, before the world came alive. It kept him sharp and focused. He dressed quickly, pulling on his well-worn training gear, and quietly slipped out of his room. The hallway was empty, the inn still cloaked in the deep silence of night. As he descended the stairs, he didn't bother with a light. His steps were sure, his body already accustomed to the darkness. Outside, the cool pre-dawn air greeted him. The chill bit at his skin, but it was familiar, invigorating. Without a word, Lucavian began his morning run. His breath came out in steady, controlled puffs as he moved through the empty streets, his body falling into the rhythm he knew so well. He ran swiftly, his steps light as he passed through the town's outskirts and beyond the walls. His familiar opening lay ahead, a secluded clearing just outside the city, a place he had claimed for himself. As he reached it, Lucavian slowed, his chest rising and falling steadily from the exertion. Without pause, he drew his estoc. The blade gleamed faintly in the dim light, but there was no time for admiration. His training was about precision, focus, and pushing the limits of his physical and magical abilities. He moved through his forms, each strike, thrust, and parry deliberate, practiced. The weight of the estoc in his hand was comforting, and its balance was perfect for his style. As the sword danced in his grip, he felt the familiar hum of mana rising within him, his cultivation beginning. The energy flowed through his body, coiling and gathering at his core. This was more than just physical training. It was the path he had chosen to strengthen his connection to both vitality and death. Lucavian paused for a moment after sheathing his estoc, taking a deep breath. As the first light of dawn spilled across the clearing, his muscles ached, a familiar soreness that signaled he had pushed himself enough. Today's training had gone well. The precision of his strikes, the balance between his physical prowess and the flow of mana, it all felt right. He allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction, feeling the energy still coiled within him, ready to be called upon when needed. Not bad, he thought to himself, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He had made progress today, both physically and in his cultivation. As he stood there, soaking in the morning air, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Have you finished already?" Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, thick with the grogginess of someone who had just woken up. A yawn followed her words, and Lucavian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Good morning to you, too," he replied, his tone light. "I've been at it for hours." "Hours?" "A broken bar." Vitaliara's voice trailed off as she shifted lazily, still not fully awake. "You know, I could help you train if you ever asked, but you seem to enjoy all the hard work," she purred softly, almost teasing. Lucavian shook his head with a small smile. "You know me well enough by now. I prefer to push myself." "Of course, you do," she yawned again, her presence warm and comforting as always. "So, what's next?" "Bath time." "You humans and your need for cleanliness." "A broken bar." There was a playful edge to her tone. Lucavian rolled his shoulders, feeling the tension ease from his muscles. "Yes, bath time. After that, breakfast." "Enjoy," she purred, her voice trailing off as she settled back into her usual state of lazy contentment. Vitaliara rarely joined him in his rigorous morning routines, preferring to sleep or lounge nearby while he worked. As a mythical beast, her nature was wild and untamed, and she enjoyed her leisure. With Vitaliara drifting back into the rest, Lucavian made his way toward the river, the crisp morning air refreshing against his skin. Reaching the edge of the water, he stripped off his training gear, the cold breeze biting at his skin for a moment before he stepped into the river. The chill of the water was sharp at first, but it invigorated him, washing away the fatigue from his muscles and the sweat from his body. Lucavian let the cold water rush over him, cleansing away the remnants of his morning training. The river was quiet, the soft trickle of water the only sound breaking the dawn. I will pretend that I did not see this. Well, at the same time, a pair of eyes were looking at him underneath the white fur. You act like you don't care, but you always do that. He could only sigh at her antics. Though, he did not much care. After all, being his contracted familiar, they were together most of the time, and Vitaliara was a mythical beast. After he was clean, he allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, watching the light shift across the surface of the water before stepping back onto the bank. He dressed quickly, the day ahead of him already weighing on his mind. Time for breakfast, he muttered to himself, casting one last glance at the clearing before making his way back to the inn. The day had only just begun. Lucavian returned to the inn with the same quiet determination he always carried, the cool morning air still clinging to his skin. As he stepped inside, the familiar warmth of the hearth greeted him once again. The soft crackle of the fire and the low hum of conversation from a few early risers filled the air. Greta, the innkeeper's daughter, was at the counter. As soon as she saw him, her expression changed respectful, almost shy, but with that familiar hint of curiosity that she had shown ever since his role in the bandit subjugation became known. "Good morning, Sir Lucavian," she greeted, her voice soft as she approached him. "Would you like your breakfast now?" Lucavian gave a small nod, his eyes briefly meeting hers. "Yes, thank you." Greta offered him a quick, almost bashful smile before hurrying off to prepare his meal. Lucavian took a seat at his usual spot near the hearth, allowing the warmth of the fire to settle into his bones as he waited. It wasn't long before Greta returned with his breakfast: a freshly baked bread, cured meat, and a warm bowl of porridge. She placed it carefully in front of him, her movements delicate. Though she was respectful, Lucavian noticed the way she kept glancing at him from the corner of her eye, quickly looking away whenever he looked back. He didn't pay much mind to it and began eating, savoring the quiet moment. The food was simple but hearty, perfect for someone who had just finished a rigorous morning of training. As he was halfway through his meal, the door to the inn suddenly swung open with a heavy creak. The sharp sound caused Greta, who had been cleaning nearby, to flinch. Lucavian looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he saw who had entered. It was Ragnar, the awakened man from the town garrison. The last time Lucavian had encountered Ragnar, the man had been fierce, arrogant, and eager to assert his dominance over others. But now, as Ragnar stood in the doorway, he looked different. His demeanor was far more subdued, his shoulders hunched slightly as if weighed down by something. His once fiery gaze had softened, and the air of arrogance he once carried was notably absent. Ragnar's eyes scanned the room, and when they landed on Lucavian, something like unease flickered across his face. He hesitated for a moment before stepping fully inside, his movements slower, more deliberate than before. Greta quickly moved to the back, clearly not wanting to be near the man, but Lucavian stayed where he was, his gaze calm but watchful as Ragnar approached. "Sear a broken bar." Lucavian, Ragnar said quietly, stopping a few feet away from the table. His tone was much calmer than it had been during their last encounter. "Yeah, broken bar. I came to speak with you." Lucavian raised an eyebrow but continued eating, giving Ragnar a nod to continue. He could sense that whatever Ragnar had to say wasn't the usual bluster he had been known for. This was something different. "I need to apologize," Ragnar said, his voice low but clear, "for how I acted before. I was a broken bar, wrong to challenge you to act the way I did." Lucavian paused for a moment, setting his spoon down as he studied the man before him. "You've changed your tone," he said, his voice measured. Ragnar nodded slowly, a flash of humility crossing his features. "I've had time to think. What you did helping the town, taking down those bandits, so you're not someone to be trifled with." "I see that now." Lucavian leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable as he regarded the man. "What is it that you want, then?" Ragnar hesitated again before speaking. "I want to make amends. I acted foolishly before, and I know that." Lucavian considered his words carefully, sensing the sincerity in Ragnar's tone. This was no longer the same arrogant man he had faced before. Something had shifted. Lucavian's gaze remained steady on Ragnar, his expression calm but with a sharp edge beneath the surface. He wasn't one to let things slide easily, especially when it came to matters that went beyond mere arrogance. The memory of Ragnar harassing Greta, abusing his authority over those weaker than him, was still fresh in his mind. An apology wasn't enough, not for that. You want to make amends, Lucavian repeated, his voice low and controlled. But words alone won't change anything. He looked into Ragnar, his eyes turning cold. You need to pay the price for your actions. You need to pay the price for your actions. As Lucavian said that, a sudden pressure enveloped Ragnar. It was something primal. Something that he had witnessed before. The same feeling when this young man before him first made his appearance. Bloodlust. A broken bar. It was getting hard to breathe for every second, as if his lungs were getting crushed. But just as it happened, it disappeared at the same time. Broken bar. Lucavian ignored Ragnar's heavy breathing as he continued with his words. The damage you've caused, especially to people like Greta, is not something that can be forgiven just because you've had time to think. Ragnar's eyes flickered with discomfort, his shoulders tensing slightly at the mention of Greta. He knew what Lucavian was referring to, and the weight of his past actions seemed to settle heavily on him. Lucavian didn't soften his gaze. You've harassed people, taken advantage of your authority, and caused harm to those who couldn't defend themselves. If you truly want to make amends, you'll show it through your actions. You'll compensate for the damage you've done here, especially the emotional damage. People like Greta and others in this town have suffered under your arrogance. Ragnar swallowed hard, his face paling slightly. He had expected a cold acceptance, maybe even some form of relief, but Lucavian's words cut deeper than he had anticipated. There was no escaping the consequences of his actions, and Lucavian wasn't about to let him walk away so easily. Broken bar. I understand, Ragnar muttered, his voice wavering slightly. I'll do what I can to make things right. I never realized you knew. Lucavian cut him off, his tone firm. You just didn't care. But now that your position has changed, you think an apology is enough. It isn't. You'll need to prove yourself, not to me, but to the people you've wronged, and if you think for a second that I'll tolerate any more of your behavior, you're mistaken. There was no mistaking the threatening tone underneath Lucavian's calm facade. Ragnar could feel the weight of his words, the unspoken warning that hung in the air. He knew that if he faltered again, Lucavian wouldn't hesitate to step in. I will, Ragnar said, his voice quiet but resolute. I'll do whatever it takes to make amends. Lucavian leaned back slightly, his expression still unreadable, though the tension in the room was palpable. Then start right now. Right now? Right now, Lucavian repeated, his voice unyielding. He didn't move, his gaze steady on Ragnar, but the weight of his demand was clear. Ragnar's breath hitched as Lucavian continued. You will kneel before Greta. You'll put your head to the floor and apologize. A true apology, one that reflects your understanding of the damage you've done. The color drained from Ragnar's face, his eyes widening in shock. For a moment, disbelief flickered in his expression, followed quickly by a flash of anger. Kneel? You're asking me to? His voice was thick with indignation, and his eyes flared with a fierce, dangerous glint. Lucavian leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. I'm not asking, Ragnar. I'm telling you, if you're truly sincere in making amends, if you really want to become a better person as you claim, then kneel before her and show it. Let's see if you have the strength to face your actions head-on. Ragnar's jaw clenched, his fists tightening at his sides. His pride, already hanging by a thread, was being trampled. He stared at Lucavian, the anger simmering just beneath the surface. Do I really have to do that? He asked, his voice low, almost growling, as if he were trying to cling to whatever dignity he had left. Lucavian's smile widened, though it held no warmth. His gaze bore into Ragnar's with a calm intensity that was far more unsettling than any outburst could have been. Of course, he said softly, his voice laced with quiet menace. That's how I'll know you mean it. How else can you prove your sincerity? Or is your pride more important than making things right? Ragnar's breathing became labored again, the suffocating weight of Lucavian's presence pressing down on him once more. His anger warred with the fear coursing through him, but it was the next words that truly shattered his resolve. "What do you think Greta felt?" Lucavian said, his voice now chillingly calm, "when you touched her in all those places. How disgusted she must have been, how uncomfortable, how powerless she must have felt. Do you think an apology alone will wipe that away?" Ragnar flinched visibly at the mention of his actions. His face twisted with a mix of shame and rage, but he said nothing, his fists trembling at his sides. The truth of Lucavian's words was undeniable, and the pressure in the air was suffocating. "You want to make amends?" Lucavian continued, his gaze never wavering. "Then kneel. Show her that you understand how low you made her feel, how much you've taken from her." The tension in the room was unbearable, the silence stretching on as Ragnar's inner battle raged. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Ragnar's shoulders slumped, the fight leaving him as he lowered his gaze to the floor. "I'll do it," Ragnar muttered, his voice hoarse, broken. "Good," Lucavian said, his voice calm but cold. "Then do it now." Ragnar's knees hit the floor with a heavy thud, the sound echoing in the inn's quiet space. Greta stood frozen behind the counter, her eyes wide with shock and confusion, as she watched the man who had once tormented her kneel before her. At first, Ragnar trembled, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turned white. The shame, the humiliation of it was all too much, weighing on him like a crushing force. His head bowed low, his face nearly touching the floor. "I'm sorry," Ragnar began, his voice low and thick with emotion. "For everything." He paused, the words sticking in his throat, but he forced himself to continue. "I acted out of impulse. I thought I was someone important to a big shot, someone who could do whatever he wanted just because I had a bit of power." He squeezed his eyes shut, his body still shaking as the weight of his confession pressed down on him. "But I was wrong," he said, his voice growing stronger. "I was nothing but a frog in a well, thinking the world revolved around me. I took advantage of people, used my position to make others feel small, a broken bar to make you feel small." Greta's hands trembled as she listened, her eyes darting between Ragnar and Lucavian, unsure of what to do. Lucavian stood silently, watching the scene unfold, his expression unreadable but his eyes keen, observing every detail. "I'm sorry, Greta," Ragnar continued, his trembling slowly subsiding as the words flowed out. "I hurt you. I made you feel like you had no power, no control. I know an apology can't erase what I've done, but a broken bar. I want to make things right." Somehow, there was a long pause, the air thick with the weight of his words. Greta remained silent, her face a mixture of emotions, a disbelief, fear, but also a glimmer of something else, perhaps relief. As Ragnar continued, Lucavian noticed the change. The trembling that had overtaken Ragnar at the start was now gone, replaced by a steadiness that hadn't been there before. His voice, though still strained, was sincere. There was no arrogance left in him, no pride. "He's changed," Lucavian thought to himself. He had been skeptical at first, thinking Ragnar's actions might be out of fear or desperation, but now a broken bar. Now he understood that Ragnar saw something different. The fight with the bandits, the near-death experience, a broken bar. It must have taught him a lot. And just as he thought, that was the case. While Ragnar did not fight the lieutenants or Corvin, he did participate in the battle. And there, he almost lost his life. At that time, he could not do anything. Previously, he thought he was strong, but as he felt the death coming for him once again, just like his colleagues from the garrison, he understood. He had been foolish. There were countless different people who could kill him, the city guards that he relied on, the leader of the guards, Roderick, a broken bar. None of them could stand. He was just an ant in the face of the world. Vitaliara's soft voice echoed in his mind. "He's broken, but sometimes, people need to be broken before they can change." Lucavian's gaze remained steady on Ragnar. The former bully was still kneeling, his head lowered, waiting for some kind of response. There was no need for more words from Lucavian. The sincerity of Ragnar's apology spoke for itself. Finally, Greta took a small step forward, her hands gripping the edges of her apron tightly. "Yeah, broken bar. Yeah, broken bar." She could not say anything. Confronting the person that terrorized her many times was not easy, even for her. I am sorry. Please, I will pay for my mistake. He's a broken bar. Until you forgive me, just give me the word. Greta stood frozen, her fingers trembling as they clutched the fabric of her apron tightly. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, and the words she wanted to speak seemed stuck in her throat. Ragnar's plea for forgiveness hung in the air, echoing with a desperation she had never expected to hear from him. She had been terrified of this man for so long, but now, seeing him kneeling before her, broken and begging for a chance to make things right, it stirred something within her, a flicker of courage that she hadn't felt in a long time. Still, the pain he had caused her couldn't simply vanish, and the fear lingered in the corners of her mind. Slowly, Greta managed a small nod, her lips pressing into a thin line as she swallowed hard. She couldn't bring herself to speak, not yet, but her nod was an for a silent acknowledgement that she had heard him, that she understood his remorse. Lucavian watched the exchange closely, his sharp eyes noticing the shift in Greta's demeanor. Her fear hadn't disappeared entirely, but there was something else now, a quiet strength, a small but visible sign that she was beginning to reclaim the power she had lost under Ragnar's torment. It wasn't much, but it was enough for now. Vitaliara's voice purred softly in Lucavian's mind. She's finding her way, slowly. That's the first step. Lucavian nodded ever so slightly, agreeing with her. It didn't matter that Greta couldn't find the words yet. The fact that she stood there, facing the man who had terrorized her, with her head held a little higher, was a victory in itself. That will do for now, Lucavian said calmly, his gaze shifting back to Ragnar. You've made your apology, but it will take time to earn back any trust. Continue to show that you've changed, not just with words, but with actions. Ragnar bowed his head low again. I will. I promise. Now, let's talk about the real reason you came here. Let's talk about the real reason you came here. At Lucavian's words, Ragnar suddenly jumped, his entire body tensing as if jolted by a bolt of lightning. He flinched visibly, his eyes wide with a mixture of panic and realization. For a moment, he seemed lost, as if the weight of the previous encounter had completely clouded his thoughts. Oh, right. Ragnar stammered, his voice rushed. Yeah, broken bar. I forgot the reason I came here. He glanced at Lucavian, then at Greta, before turning back to Lucavian with a look of desperation, clearly flustered. Sir Roderick. He sent me to find you. He's asking for you to meet with him. It's a broken bar. Important. Lucavian watched the man's frantic movements with a calm, almost amused expression. Ragnar's nerves were frayed, and the tension from earlier still hadn't fully left him, but Lucavian could sense the urgency in his words. Important, you say? Lucavian asked, his voice calm but inquisitive as he leaned back in his chair, considering the request. Ragnar nodded hastily, his eyes wide. Yes, very important. He said to bring you as soon as possible. Lucavian tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving Ragnar's. I'll meet with him, he said calmly, reaching for his spoon to resume his meal. After I finish my breakfast. Ragnar blinked, the urgency in his expression wavering as he processed Lucavian's response. The young man's tone was so calm, so utterly composed, that it left no room for argument. Lucavian's unhurried demeanor seemed to remind Ragnar once again of the difference between them. Oh, far broken bar. Of course, Ragnar muttered, bowing quickly. I'll let him know you'll come shortly. He hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain whether he should say more, but then quickly bowed again and made his way out of the inn, his steps quicker than before. As the door closed behind Ragnar, Lucavian continued his breakfast, his thoughts briefly lingering on the summons. He wasn't surprised that Roderick had called for him after all. The Baron was waiting to meet him. It must be the Baron, he thought. For the past week, he had intentionally kept a low profile, biding his time until all the formalities were in place. The battle with Corvin had earned him enough respect, but the last thing he wanted was to meet with the Baron as an outsider, with no official standing in the Empire. The ID card Roderick had secured for him had finally made him a legitimate citizen. Now that everything was in order, there was no longer any reason to avoid the inevitable. Lucavian took another bite of his breakfast, savoring the taste as Vitaliara's voice stirred in his mind, soft and thoughtful. You've been patient, waiting for this moment. Now that your identity is settled, There's no reason to hold back. Exactly, Lucavian muttered under his breath while wiping his face. He knew exactly why the Baron was calling him, not just out of gratitude for ridding the region of Corvin and his bandits, but because the Baron wanted something more. It was clear that as a countryside noble, the Baron lacked the strength and influence that larger, more powerful lords possessed. He needed connections, alliances with people who had proven themselves capable, and Lucavian had done just that. He wants to make a connection, Lucavian thought, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. The Baron would want to secure his loyalty or, at the very least, keep him close. It was a common tactic among the less nobility, aligning with anyone who could strengthen their position. And Lucavian, fresh from his victory over Corvin, was exactly the kind of person the Baron would want on his side. There was no doubt in Lucavian's mind that the Baron would offer him a generous amount of compensation. Vitaliara's voice hummed in his mind. "You know exactly what's coming, don't you?" "The Baron will be eager to please." Lucavian smirked. "Of course. He'll try to buy my loyalty with whatever he can offer. But well, we will see." He made his way out of the inn as he went to meet with Roderick. Lucavian walked with measured steps toward Roderick's quarters, his mind already anticipating the conversation that would unfold. As expected, when he entered, Roderick was waiting for him, standing by the window, his arms crossed over his chest. "Ah, Lucavian," Roderick greeted, turning toward him with a slight nod. "The Baron wishes to meet with you tonight." Lucavian's lips curled into a faint smile. "Dinner, I assume?" Roderick nodded, his expression serious. "Yes." "The Baron wants to show his gratitude for what you did with the bandits. He's invited you to dine with him at his manor." Lucavian couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I expected as much," he said, his tone light. Roderick's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked Lucavian over, his gaze sweeping from head to toe. "Buta Broken Bar, are you really thinking of meeting the Baron dressed like that?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. Lucavian glanced down at his attire, his usual practical and slightly worn travel clothes, suited for battle and rough terrain but hardly fitting for a noble's dinner. He raised an eyebrow, an amused smile playing at his lips. "It's not like I'm meeting the Emperor, is it?" Roderick frowned, unable to argue with the logic, but his disapproval was evident. "Still," he pressed, "you should make a good impression. This isn't just a formal meal, it's a chance to build a relationship. Appearances matter." Lucavian smirked, clearly unconcerned. "Don't worry, Roderick. I know how to make myself presentable when it counts." His tone carried a hint of playful arrogance, as though he found the entire concern amusing. Roderick let out a small sigh, shaking his head. "Please, Broken Bar, make sure you do. I was the one who recommended you to him." "Hey, Broken Bar. Really?" Lucavian's smirk widened as he looked at Roderick, his eyes gleaming with playful mischief. "Really?" he drawled, his tone dripping with amusement. "You went out of your way to recommend me? How touching." Roderick's face flushed slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he shifted uncomfortably. He knew all too well that Lucavian could be unpredictable, and the thought of him behaving out of line in front of the Baron clearly weighed on his mind. "You don't need to get any ideas," Roderick muttered, trying to maintain his composure. "Just a Broken Bar. Try not to do anything too out of the ordinary. The Baron's a reasonable man, but he expects certain formalities." Lucavian chuckled softly, his teasing smirk never fading. "Don't worry, Roderick," he said, his tone still light. "I won't do anything that'll reflect badly on you. After all, I wouldn't want you to lose face with your precious Baron." Roderick's shoulders tensed as he watched Lucavian, fully aware that controlling this man's actions was nearly impossible. Still, he nodded, though his expression remained wary. "I'm holding you to that, Lucavian." With a casual wave, Lucavian turned to leave, still wearing that teasing smirk. "Relax, Roderick. I know when to play the part." Roderick let out a long sigh as the door closed behind Lucavian, muttering under his breath, "I sure hope so." Top of form. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the small city of Rackenshaw as Roderick and Lucavian made their way toward the Baron's mansion. The streets were quiet now, the bustle of the day winding down, but the presence of guards stationed at various points was a clear reminder of the Baron's vigilance. Lucavian walked alongside Roderick, His posture relaxed, though his eyes were sharp, taking in the details of the town as they approached the mansion. Unlike many nobles, the Baron's residence wasn't an opulent estate set apart from the common folk. Instead, it was nestled within the city itself, practical and close to the people he governed. The mansion wasn't overly grand, but it exuded a sense of quiet authority. Its stone walls were sturdy, and though there was a small garden at the front, it was clear the Baron had prioritized security and functionality over extravagance. The Baron's modesty, in contrast to many of his peers, spoke volumes about his leadership style. Someone grounded, with no delusions of grandeur, and someone who understood the importance of being close to his people. As they approached the entrance, the guards stationed outside straightened immediately upon seeing them. Their eyes flickered to Lucavian, and without hesitation, they bowed their heads respectfully. It was clear they had been instructed to treat him with the utmost respect. Lucavian didn't react outwardly, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips, amused by how quickly things had shifted after his role in the bandit subjugation. Roderick glanced at Lucavian, watching his reaction carefully, but Lucavian remained composed. The smirk was gone as quickly as it had appeared. One of the guards stepped forward, gesturing toward the large wooden doors of the mansion. "Sir Roderick, Sir Lucavian, the Baron is expecting you," he said, his voice steady and formal. Roderick gave a brief nod and motioned for Lucavian to follow him. As they entered, Lucavian couldn't help but notice how the interior of the mansion mirrored its exterior. Tasteful but unpretentious. The Baron was clearly not one for excess, something Lucavian appreciated in its own way. It made it clear that this noble wasn't concerned with flaunting wealth but focused more on the practicality and safety of his city. They were led through a few corridors by a steward before arriving at a set of double doors leading to what appeared to be the dining hall. The steward paused, bowing slightly before opening the doors with a quiet creak, and then the dining room was revealed. As the doors creaked open, Lucavian's gaze settled on the warm, softly lit dining room beyond. The long table was already set, and seated at it were the Baron and his family. At the head of the table sat the Baron himself, dressed in simple but finely tailored clothing that spoke of practicality over ostentation. Beside him was his wife, a woman of gentle grace with kind eyes, and across from her was Ron, the Baron's son, the very boy Lucavian had saved from the bandits. The boy's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lucavian, a mixture of admiration and gratitude shining in his gaze. The Baron rose from his seat, a welcoming smile crossing his face as he gestured for Lucavian to enter. "Mr. Lucavian," he began, his voice warm and sincere, "we are honored that you accepted our invitation to join us for dinner. Please, make yourself comfortable." Lucavian nodded respectfully, understanding the significance of what he was seeing. As a former noble, he knew the unspoken rules of etiquette well. Having the Baron's wife and son present at the table was not just a formality, it was a gesture of trust, a symbol of the Baron's sincerity. In noble circles, inviting someone to dine with one's family was a sign of openness, honesty, and genuine respect. It was a clear indication that the Baron valued this meeting beyond mere politics. The Baron stepped forward with a warm, genuine smile, gesturing toward his family. "Allow me to formally introduce myself and my family, Mr. Lucavian. I am Baron Edris Windhall, and this is my wife, Lady Elira," he said, motioning to the graceful woman beside him, who offered Lucavian a kind smile. "And, of course, you've already met my son, Ron." Ron beamed at Lucavian, his gratitude and admiration evident. "It's an honor to meet you again, Sir Lucavian," the boy added, his voice brimming with sincerity. Lucavian inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the introductions with the calm grace of someone who had once moved in these circles. "The honor is mine, Baron Windhall, Lady Elira, Ron." Baron Edris smiled warmly, pleased by Lucavian's respectful demeanor. "Please, take your seat. Tonight's meal is a modest one, but I hope it will be to your liking." Lucavian nodded and sat at the table, settling into the comfortable chair. The atmosphere, though formal, carried a sense of ease and honesty that he appreciated. Despite the wealth of the family, there was no excessive display of opulence, something Lucavian silently noted as a sign of the Baron's practical nature. Once they were seated, the servants brought out the first course, a simple yet elegant spread of roasted game, fresh vegetables, and warm bread. The meal, while not extravagant, was a reflection of the region's abundance and the Baron's preference for practicality over excess. As the food was served, Baron Edris raised his glass, offering a toast to Mr. Lucavian, whose courage and skill have saved not only my son but also the people of Rackenshaw. We are deeply indebted to you. Lucavian raised his glass in response, his expression calm but courteous. I appreciate your hospitality, Baron Edris. Pardon? Please call me by my name. My title as Baron sounds rather unnecessary when I was useless all the time and was no help. Lucavian paused for a moment, meeting the Baron's eyes. The man's humility was surprising, given his station, but there was no doubt about the sincerity behind his words. Edris Swindhall was not trying to play the part of a noble seeking favor. He genuinely seemed to feel indebted and even regretful for his lack of involvement in the events that had transpired. For a brief second, Lucavian considered how different this man was from many other nobles he had encountered, or men who would take credit for the deeds of others or use their titles to shield themselves from responsibility. Edris, however, seemed almost ashamed of his inability to act when his people were in danger. Lucavian, though not one to let his emotions show easily, gave a slight nod. Very well, Mr. Edris, he said, his voice still composed but with a hint of acknowledgement. But your title is not a reflection of your usefulness. You govern this land, and your people trust you. That alone holds value. Lucavian's subtle refusal to address Edris by his first name didn't go unnoticed. The Baron observed him for a moment, his sharp eyes searching Lucavian's face before letting out a quiet sigh. You must not have had an easy life, Mr. Lucavian, Edris said softly, his tone carrying a weight of understanding. Lucavian smiled faintly in response, the gesture small but sincere. Everyone has their own harshness to bear, he replied, his voice even but reflective. Edris gave a nod, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Well, isn't that the truth? He agreed, the heaviness in his voice mirroring the reality of their respective burdens. The conversation paused as the meal continued. Though the atmosphere was cordial, there was a sense of unspoken gravity between the two men, each carrying their own history of struggle. The clink of utensils on plates filled the silence for a few moments, but the tension was broken when Ron, the Baron's son, spoke up timidly. Excuse me, Sir Lucavian. A broken bar. Ron began, his voice hesitant, as if unsure whether he was allowed to interrupt. Lucavian turned his attention to the boy, his gaze softening slightly. You have a question? He asked, his tone gentler than before. Ron nodded, his bright eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Yeah, broken bar. I wanted to ask a broken bar, how can I become strong like you? Lucavian's expression shifted slightly, caught off guard by the innocence and sincerity of the question. He looked at Ron for a moment, considering the boy's words, before responding. Strong like me? Ron nodded eagerly, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Yes, I want to learn the sword and become a swordsman, but further a broken bar. He glanced quickly at Edris, then back at Lucavian, his voice dropping. Father doesn't want me to. Lucavian couldn't help but smile at the boy's earnestness. There was a time when he had looked at the world with its same hopeful desire for strength. He leaned forward slightly, meeting Ron's eager gaze, but instead of answering right away, he asked, why? Ron blinked, surprised by the question. Why? He echoed as if he hadn't expected to be asked that. Lucavian nodded, his voice calm but firm. Why do you want to become strong? What drives you to pick up a sword and pursue this path? The question hung in the air as Ron paused, his youthful mind working to put his feelings into words. He glanced at his father, then back at Lucavian, clearly struggling with how to express himself. Lucavian's gaze remained steady as he spoke, his voice carrying a weight that seemed to still the room. Do you know why a sword is wielded, Ron? The young boy blinked again, clearly not expecting such a serious question. I'm not sure, he stammered. Lucavian leaned forward slightly, holding Ron's gaze. When I saved you, Rona Broken Bar, do you remember what that sword was capable of? It's not just a tool to look impressive or to feel powerful. It's a weapon, a tool made to harm, to kill. When you pick up a sword, you dirty your hands with the weight of that responsibility. So, why do you want to learn how to wield it? Ron looked overwhelmed, his eyes flicking to his father and then back to Lucavian. He hadn't expected to be questioned so deeply, and the weight of what Lucavian was saying seemed to press on his young mind. He couldn't find the words to answer. Seeing the boy's struggle, Lucavian's tone softened, though it remained firm. If your goal is to protect those you care about, then you need to understand something. The only way to do that isn't by learning the sword. Ron's eyes widened in confusion. Buta Broken Bar, how else can I protect people? Lucavian leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. You will inherit this barony one day, won't you? If you want to protect the people, you can do it by strengthening this territory, by ruling it well, becoming a high-ranking officer with authority, or making sure the people here can live without fear of bandits or starvation. That is also a way of protecting them. You don't have to wield a sword to make a difference. Ron listened intently, his young face filled with concentration. Though he was just a child, he had been raised to understand the importance of leadership and responsibility. He had seen firsthand the toll that ruling had taken on his father during the time when their people lived in fear of the bandits. The memory of how stressed and worn out Edris had been weighed heavily on him, and Lucavian's words resonated. Slowly, Ron nodded his head, his expression thoughtful as he processed what Lucavian had said. Yeah, Broken Bar, I understand, he whispered. There's more than one way to protect people. Lucavian gave him a small nod, satisfied that Ron had grasped the essence of his message. Exactly. Ruling is not an easy path, but it's a powerful one. You can protect the people you care about in ways far beyond what a sword can do. Edris, who had been watching the exchange quietly, smiled softly at his son's growing understanding. He caught Lucavian's eye and gave him a silent nod of gratitude. As the meal continued, Baron Edris found himself observing Lucavian more closely. The way the young man dined, his posture at the table, the subtle grace with which he moved, all that hinted at an upbringing far more refined than that of a commoner. Each gesture, each carefully chosen word, carried the unmistakable air of nobility. It was not something that could easily be learned by mere imitation. These were the habits of someone well versed in etiquette, the sort of refinement passed down through generations of aristocratic training. Edris, though a countryside baron, had spent enough time around the aristocracy to recognize the signs. He wasn't a master at reading people, but the way Lucavian conducted himself was hard to miss. His manners were almost flawless, the kind that could easily belong to a higher-ranking noble. Yet Edris knew that Lucavian had come from commoner origins, at least according to the identity Roderick had provided him with. As the conversation around the table ebbed and flowed, Edris couldn't help but let his curiosity grow. How could someone with such apparent ties to the common class display the poise and discipline of a seasoned nobleman? Was there more to Lucavian's past than he had let on? Edris cleared his throat lightly, his curiosity finally getting the better of him. Mr. Lucavian, he began, keeping his tone light but with a hint of interest, I must say, you carry yourself with great refinement. Your manners, your etiquette at a Broken Bar, they are most impressive. Far more so than I would expect from someone with your background. Forgive my forwardness, but you seem well versed in the ways of nobility. Lucavian looked up from his meal, meeting the Baron's gaze with that same composed expression. For a brief moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, but it passed as quickly as it had come. He gave a slight nod, his tone measured as he replied, I have learned that from my master. I have learned that from my master. Lucavian's mention of his master immediately caught Edris' attention, and his eyes lit up with interest. As far as the Baron knew, Lucavian was an orphan with no familial ties, so the mention of a master, a figure who had clearly played a significant role in shaping the young man's abilities and refinement, piqued his curiosity. It was only natural to assume that Lucavian's strength and noble bearing had come from this mysterious figure. Your master must be a truly remarkable person, Edris said thoughtfully. leaning forward slightly. To have trained someone of your caliber a broken bar, it speaks volumes about his own prominence. He was indeed a man like that. Lucavian's lips curled into a small smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Indeed, he said calmly, his tone steady. My master was a broken bar, very prominent. There was a certain weight in the way Lucavian said it, a subtle shift in his demeanor that conveyed much more than the simple words. Edris, sharp as he was, quickly picked up on the unspoken warning. While Lucavian had answered his question, it was clear that this was not a subject he wished to delve deeper into. The air between them held a quiet finality. Edris, sensing the boundary, gave a respectful nod. He had learned enough, and now pushing further would be an intrusion, and Lucavian's past was not something he was willing to share so openly. Well, Edris said, easing back into his seat, whoever they are, they've done well to raise such a capable disciple. His tone was respectful, and there was a note of admiration in his voice. You've proven your worth beyond any doubt. Hearing that, Lucavian just smiled as he looked into Edris' eyes. While he was clearly remembering some things from the past, he was still connected to the present. Thank you for your kind words. Edris nodded at Lucavian's polite response, but he sensed the time was right to shift the conversation toward the true purpose of this meeting. While the meal had been pleasant and respectful, there was still the matter of formal recognition and, more importantly, the rewards owed to Lucavian for his bravery and contributions. With a subtle shift in his tone, Edris leaned forward slightly, clasping his hands together on the table. Now, Mr. Lucavian, he began, his voice taking on a more serious note, there is another reason I invited you to this dinner, beyond showing my gratitude for saving my son. Your actions have gone far beyond what any of us could have expected. You not only saved Ron but also led the charge in subjugating Corvin, a peak 3-star awakener, a feat that cannot be overlooked. Lucavian met Edris' gaze, his expression unreadable but attentive. He had anticipated this moment. The Baron's gratitude was not just a formality, it was an opportunity for compensation and further leverage. As Baron of Rackenshaw, Edris continued, it is my duty to ensure that such deeds are properly rewarded. You've earned much more than just the respect of my family. You've earned the right to claim rewards for the lives you've saved and the threat you've eliminated. Edris gestured toward a servant standing near the door, who quickly retrieved a small, ornately decorated box and placed it on the table. The Baron tapped the box slightly before continuing. Inside, you will find a substantial sum of gold, more than what was initially promised. This is but one part of your reward, to acknowledge the danger you faced and the valor you displayed. Lucavian glanced at the box, though he remained composed. Gold was expected, of course, but he knew there was more to come. But, Edris went on, his tone now carrying the weight of formality, there is another matter to discuss. Your abilities and your actions in defending this city have not gone unnoticed. I would like to offer you something more, a title of honorary knighthood within my domain, and the rights that come with it. You would have authority over a portion of my lands, and a place of influence within Rackenshaw. The offer hung in the air, and Lucavian's eyes narrowed slightly, considering the implications. Honorary knighthood was a way to officially bind him to the Baron's household, granting both influence and responsibility. It was a clever move, offering both reward and obligation. Lucavian took a moment, his mind working quickly as he weighed the offer. Edris had clearly thought this through, knowing that Lucavian's strength and influence would be valuable not just to his family, but to Rackenshaw itself. Lucavian could see the anticipation in Edris' eyes as he considered his next words. The offer of an honorary knighthood was a significant gesture, but Lucavian had other ambitions, ones that extended far beyond Rackenshaw. After a brief pause, he spoke with the same measured calmness. I appreciate your generous offer, Mr. Edris, Lucavian began, his voice respectful but firm. However, I must decline. Edris' eyebrows lifted in surprise, and his expression shifted slightly as he leaned forward. Decline? He echoed, genuinely taken aback. May I ask why? You would have a secure position here, and with your talents, your influence would be immense. Lucavian gave a faint smile, his gaze steady. My goals lie elsewhere. I intend to join the Arcania Academy. The moment the words left Lucavian's mouth, Edris froze, his eyes widening with shock. For a brief second, The entire dining room fell into silence, save for the soft crackle of the fireplace. The Arcania Academy was the most prestigious institution in the Empire, attended by royalty and the children of the most powerful and noble families in the land. With the Empire's constant advancements, it was considered one of the finest academies in the entire world, producing the strongest awakened scholars and leaders. Edris, regaining his composure, let out a deep, hearty laugh, though there was clear admiration in his eyes. "The Arcania Academy," he repeated, shaking his head with a mixture of disbelief and respect. "I must admit, I wasn't expecting that answer, Lucavian. It seems my offer was far too small for someone with your ambitions." He smiled broadly, still amazed at the revelation. "You truly are aiming for the heights, aren't you?" Lucavian nodded, his expression unwavering. "It's a path I've chosen." Edris continued to chuckle, leaning back in his chair as he studied Lucavian. "The Arcania Academy. Yes, that makes sense. For someone with your strength and potential, that's exactly where you belong." "My offer of knighthood must have seemed downright ridiculous in comparison." Lucavian allowed a small, polite smile. "It was a generous offer, and I appreciate it. But I have other goals to pursue." Edris nodded, clearly impressed. "I respect that. The Academy will be fortunate to have someone like you." His eyes gleamed with curiosity. "If I may ask, how do you plan to gain entry?" "It's not exactly easy to get into." Considering the criteria of the Academy before, it will make sense that Edris has asked such a question. After all, no matter what he does, the fact that he is a commoner will remain, and never in the history of the Arcania Academy that someone from a commoner background was allowed to enter. But that was the case for the previous generation. It was now different, as the case was no longer similar. Lucavian's gaze sharpened slightly, a quiet confidence in his voice. "I have my ways. The Academy looks for talent, and I intend to prove myself worthy." After all, from that point onwards, the Academy would be accepting students from commoner backgrounds as well by opening a new type of enrollment system, where they would test the talent of the said commoners. In the end, if not for such a setting, how could the protagonist of Shattered Innocence enter the Academy? Such a setting was necessary for the layout of the novel, and that was why Lucavian was confident. Seeing Lucavian's unwavering confidence, Baron Edris remained silent for a moment, weighing the young man's words. It was clear that Lucavian's ambitions were far greater than what Ragnarshaw could offer, and there was no doubt in Edris' mind that he would succeed. After a brief pause, Edris finally nodded, accepting Lucavian's decision with grace. "Very well," the Baron said, a small, respectful smile playing on his lips. "I see you have your path laid out before you. Though you've refused my offer, I want you to know that you will always be welcome here in Ragnarshaw. I won't forget the hospitality you've shown me by accepting this dinner." Lucavian, ever composed, gave a slight nod. "And I won't forget the hospitality you've extended to me, Mr. Edris." His tone was polite, but there was a certain finality in his words, as if drawing a clear line between the two of them. The Baron may have been generous, but Lucavian had his own way forward. Edris' smile widened slightly. "Good. And while you're focused on your future, know that Ragnarshaw will remember you fondly." He waved his hand toward the butler, who had been standing silently by the wall. At the gesture, the butler stepped forward, carrying a small, intricately carved box. He bowed his head respectfully as he presented it to Lucavian. Lucavian raised an eyebrow, his gaze flicking from the box to the Baron. "What is this?" he asked, his voice calm but with a hint of curiosity. The Baron smiled warmly. "It's a gift. Not part of your official reward. Mind you, you've already been paid the promised amount. This is something else, something personal." His tone softened as he continued. "I'm not offering this as the Baron of Ragnarshaw but as a father whose son was rescued. I didn't use the funds of the territory for this, it's from my own savings. I hope you'll accept it." To that, Lucavian could not help but stop for a second. As a father whose son was rescued. Those words awoke some bitter memories. "I'm not offering this as the Baron of Ragnarshaw but as a father whose son was rescued. I didn't use the funds of the territory for this, it's from my own savings. I hope you'll accept it." Lucavian froze for a split second, the Baron's words, "as a father whose son was rescued," stirring something deep inside him. Memory so bitter, painful memories arose unbidden to the surface, but just as quickly as they came, he pushed them back down. His composure returned, though the brief flicker of emotion didn't go unnoticed by the Baron and his wife. "I appreciate your generosity," Lucavian began, his voice steady but carrying a hint of reluctance. "But I've already received what I need from you. Any further gifts would make things complicated." Before he could finish, the Baron's wife spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. "This isn't just about fulfilling a debt," she said, her eyes filled with warmth. "It was a family decision, Mr. Lucavian. You saved our son, the most precious thing in our lives. There is no way we can ever repay you for that. This gift isn't about compensation, it's about showing our gratitude in the only way we know how." She smiled kindly, and even though Lucavian was not one to easily sway, her sincerity was palpable. "Please," she continued, "accept it. This is something that will be very helpful to you in your future endeavors." Lucavian paused again, glancing at the box in his hands. It was clear that refusing at this point would only insult their gratitude. After a moment of consideration, he gave a small nod. "Very well, I'll accept the gift," he said quietly. Ron, who had been watching the exchange with wide, eager eyes, piped up almost immediately. "Can you open it now, Mr. Lucavian?" he asked, his excitement barely contained. Lucavian gave the boy a faint smile before nodding. With careful hands, he lifted the lid of the small box, revealing a sleek silver ring nestled inside. The design was simple yet elegant, with faint etchings along the band that gave it an air of craftsmanship. However, what stood out most was the subtle aura of magic radiating from the ring. "It's a spatial storage ring," Edris explained with a smile. "Roderick mentioned you didn't have one, so we thought this would be useful for you. A gift not from the barony but from our family to you." Lucavian held the ring delicately between his fingers, studying it for a moment before slipping it onto his hand. He could immediately sense the vast storage space within, far more convenient than carrying his belongings through traditional means. It was a valuable gift indeed, and one that would aid him greatly in the future. "Roderick, that bastard. I just conventionally mentioned him when he was asking me how I had traveled, but to think that he would pick my words up and would not forget that." He looked back at the Baron and his family, nodding his appreciation. "Thank you. I'll put it to good use." The Baron's wife smiled warmly, and even Ron looked satisfied, his eyes filled with admiration for the man who had saved him. "That's all we ask," Edris said, his voice filled with sincerity. "That it helps you as much as you've helped us." As the meal wound down, the Baron smiled warmly and gestured to the servants. "Mr. Lucavian, before you leave, allow us to serve you tea along with our traditional dessert. It's a specialty of our barony, and I'd like for you to experience it." Lucavian, having already received much from the Baron and his family, was tempted to refuse, but knowing it would be disrespectful to decline such hospitality, he gave a polite nod. "Thank you, I'll stay for dessert." The dessert was soon served, a small plate of delicate pastries infused with a sweet, fragrant filling. Lucavian took a bite, the subtle flavors of honey and spices blending pleasantly on his tongue. As they sipped their tea, Ron, who had been stifling yawns, finally excused himself. "It's getting late," Edris said, his voice gentle as he ruffled his son's hair. "Go to bed, Ron." Ron nodded, but not before casting one last admiring glance at Lucavian. "Good night, Mr. Lucavian," he said brightly before hurrying off. With the boy gone, the conversation turned to more practical matters. Edris leaned back in his chair, studying Lucavian with curiosity. "How long do you plan to stay in Rackenshaw?" Lucavian set his tea down, his expression thoughtful. "Not long," he replied. "At most a week or two. Once I've finished my business here, I'll be moving on." The Baron nodded, understanding but also sensing the underlying restlessness in Lucavian. "If you'd like," Edris offered, "I can arrange for better accommodations here at the mansion. You'd be more comfortable, and we'd be honored to host you." Lucavian smiled slightly, appreciating the gesture but already knowing his answer. "I appreciate your offer, Mr. Edris, but my current accommodations are sufficient. Besides," he added with a hint of amusement, "it's all part of my training." Edris chuckled, though he seemed a little surprised. "Training, you say?" "You truly are dedicated." Lucavian nodded, his eyes gleaming with quiet determination. "Every aspect of my life, even where I stay, contributes to my growth. I need to keep my focus sharp." The Baron smiled, clearly impressed. "Then I won't press the matter. But know that the offer stands, should you change your mind." "Thank you," Lucavian said with a respectful nod. "I'll keep it in mind." The evening continued quietly after that, the air filled with a sense of mutual respect between the two men. As Lucavian finished his tea, he felt that, while he had refused the Baron's offer of a more comfortable stay, he had made a valuable connection. The Baron had given him more than just hospitality, he had offered trust, and that was something Lucavian could appreciate. As Lucavian stepped out of the mansion, the cool night air greeted him, a stark contrast to the warm, candlelit dining room he had just left. The stars twinkled above, and the streets of Rackenshaw were quiet, save for the occasional flicker of lamplight in the distance. Just as he adjusted his cloak, there was a sudden weight on his shoulder, followed by a soft yawn. Vitaliara had returned, her sleek black form draping lazily across his shoulder. "Finally," she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of teasing annoyance. "I was bored waiting all that time." Lucavian glanced at her from the corner of his eye but said nothing. He had expected her impatience, and in truth, he couldn't argue with her. The dinner had dragged on longer than he anticipated, though it had been important. "You know," Vitaliara continued, yawning again as she lazily swished her tail, "the Baron is quite a decent man. He may have wanted to form connections with you, but he didn't push you or demand anything. He simply let you be and offered what he could." Lucavian couldn't help but agree. The Baron had handled the situation with surprising grace, offering Lucavian respect rather than coercion. Edris had wanted to form ties, yes, but not at the expense of Lucavian's independence. "For a noble, that was rare." "He is," Lucavian said quietly, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. "But that doesn't change my goals." Vitaliara purred in agreement. "Of course not. But at least he didn't try to manipulate you, like many of his kind would. He simply gave you the freedom to choose." Lucavian nodded, appreciating that subtle distinction. It had made the evening bearable, even pleasant in some ways. Edris had shown sincerity, which was something Lucavian could respect, even if he wasn't seeking long-term alliances with noble families. As they walked away from the mansion, Vitaliara curled herself comfortably on his shoulder. "So, what's next? Back to the inn for some rest, or straight into more training?" Lucavian smirked at her question. "We'll see." He glanced up at the sky, feeling the pull of his ambitions tugging at him once more. Rest would come, but only when it was earned. 3 days had passed, and Lucavian once again found himself in the familiar clearing just beyond the town walls. The early morning light filtered through the trees, casting soft shadows across the ground as he moved through his training forms. Each strike, thrust, and parry flowed seamlessly, the earstock in his hand a natural extension of his body. The rhythm of his movements was calm yet powerful, the mana circulating within him, merging with the physical effort as he focused on balancing vitality and death energy through their flame of equinox. Sweat dripped down his brow, but he hardly noticed it, his mind entirely consumed by the precise control over his energy. With each passing day, his connection to his cultivation deepened. The balance between life and death became clearer, his body responding more naturally to the flow of mana as his core strengthened. Today felt different, though. There was a clarity to his training, a sharpness to his movements, as if something had clicked into place. After what seemed like hours, Lucavian finally lowered his blade, his breathing steady but his muscles burning with exertion. He glanced up at the sky. Dawn had only just broken, the soft light signaling the end of his training session. Not bad, he thought to himself, satisfied with his progress. "Are you done yet?" Vitaliara's voice chimed in, lazily drifting into his thoughts as she stirred from her slumber. "Yes," Lucavian replied aloud, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had grown used to her timing. She always seemed to wake up right when he was finishing his training. With a soft sigh, he sheathed his earstock and made his way toward the river, the cool breeze refreshing against his heated skin. Reaching the riverbank, he wasted no time shedding his training gear and stepping into the water. The cold water rushed over him, sharp at first but gradually easing the tension in his muscles. He submerged himself fully, letting the river cleanse him of the morning's effort, both physically and mentally. As he resurfaced, the cold air prickling against his skin, he couldn't help but appreciate the quiet moments like these. Alone with his thoughts, with nothing but the sound of flowing water and the distant chirping of birds, he felt a sense of clarity that wasn't often afforded to him. After drying off, Lucavian dressed quickly and began his walk back to the inn. The town was still waking up, the streets slowly coming to life, with merchants setting up their stalls and townsfolk beginning their day. When he arrived at the inn, the familiar scent of breakfast greeted him as he stepped inside. But before the smell, there was something else who welcomed him. "Are you the man named Lucavian?" Someone stood right before him. As I stepped through the inn's door, I was greeted by the soft glow of the morning light filtering through the room. The warmth of breakfast already filled the air, a far more welcoming scene than the harshness of the night before. Just as I began to let my guard down, a figure stood before me, commanding the space. She was tall and armored, and every part of her screamed precision. Her hair, a light pink, was braided tightly, resting over her shoulders as if it could snap free at a moment's notice. Much like the rest of her. Her violet eyes were locked onto mine, unflinching, and her face held a stern, almost unreadable expression. "One night, these a broken bar." There was something that bugged me with the combination of her hair color and eyes. It was something that felt like I knew. "Are you Lucavian?" Her voice was clear, cutting through the murmurs of the inn. I paused for a moment, taking her in fully. The steel of her armor glinted softly in the morning light, but it was more than the armor or the sword at her hip that caught my attention. It was her presence. She carried herself with the discipline of someone who had seen battle, and her eyes told me she wasn't one to be trifled with. "Yes, I am," I replied, my voice even but wary. Her gaze flickered, almost imperceptibly, as though she was reassessing me. "Really?" Her eyes scanned me from head to toe, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of her lips, though it carried none of the warmth a smile should. Instead, her expression held a kind of cold amusement, like someone inspecting something far below their station. "So," she began, her voice dripping with arrogance, "you're the one who dealt with Corvin?" She tilted her head slightly, her violet eyes narrowing. "I have to say," she continued, looking me up and down again, "you don't exactly seem the part. I expected only a broken bar, taller, more imposing." I couldn't help but chuckle softly at her words, meeting her condescending gaze with a relaxed smile. "Well," I said, my voice smooth with a hint of sarcasm, "not everything is as it seems, is it? A person's appearance doesn't always match what's inside." Her face darkened at my response, her smile vanishing in an instant. The shift in her demeanor was subtle, but unmistakably her eyes grew sharper, colder, and I could feel the weight of her displeasure bearing down on me. "What exactly are you implying?" she asked, her voice low and dangerous, like the unsheathing of a blade. I simply smiled again, unfazed by the change in her tone. "Nothing at all," I replied, my expression remaining calm, almost playful. "Just that people often make assumptions based on appearances, and that can be broken by misleading." Her jaw tightened, the tension radiating off her like heat from a forge. For a brief moment, it seemed as though she might draw her sword then and there, but instead, she took a slow breath, reining in her temper. "Watch your words, commoner," she warned, her voice icy. "What if I don't?" Her eyes narrowed dangerously, and for a moment, I could almost see the battle raging inside her, whether to strike me down where I stood or keep her composure. She chose the latter, though it clearly took some effort. "You'll be punished for your insolence," she spat, her voice cold and commanding, "for disrespecting a noble." I raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "A noble? You're a noble?" Her reaction was immediate. She froze, her violet eyes widening ever so slightly before she quickly masked her slip-up. It was subtle, but I caught it, the hesitation, the brief flicker of uncertainty. She hadn't meant to reveal that. The inn fell quiet around us, the patrons watching with a mix of curiosity and fear. The tension between us was palpable, and as her gaze darted around the room, she seemed to realize that there was no taking back what she had said. She was caught, and now everyone knew. She let out a soft, exasperated sigh, her shoulders tightening as she regained her composure. Slowly, her gaze hardened once more, but this time it was directed at the onlookers. "What are you all staring at?" she barked, her voice sharp enough to send a shiver through the room. Several patrons quickly turned back to their meals, pretending they hadn't been watching at all. Turning back to me, she gave me a cold, calculated look, as if sizing up her next move. "You," she snapped, "follow me." Now, without waiting for a response, she spun on her heel, her cloak swirling behind her as she strode out of the inn, her posture rigid with barely contained irritation. I watched her go for a moment, the amused smile never leaving my face. "I refuse." The words left my mouth smoothly, almost lazily, as I leaned back slightly, folding my arms across my chest. The room fell into a tense silence. The knight, already halfway to the door, halted in her tracks, her cloak swirling slightly before settling. Slowly, she turned to face me, her eyes now dark and brimming with cold fury. "You refuse?" she repeated, her voice low and dangerous, each word dripping with barely contained rage. The room seemed to shrink under the weight of her presence, her violet eyes locking onto mine as though daring me to repeat myself. I met her gaze evenly, the smirk still tugging at the corner of my lips. "Yes," I said, my tone casual. "I don't think I'll be following anyone until they ask me nicely." Her face tightened with anger, the tension in her jaw clear as she took a step forward, her boots clinking against the floor. "I gave you an order," she said, her voice cold as steel. "I am a noble, and you will obey." I shrugged, completely unfazed. "That's the thing, isn't it?" I replied. "Anyone can claim to be a noble. If I followed every person who shouted orders and claimed a title, it'd be quite the mess, wouldn't it?" Her eyes narrowed, the fury in them unmistakable. "Now, you are insolent," she hissed, her tone like a blade drawn across a whetstone. "You think you can ignore the orders of someone like me?" I raised an eyebrow, maintaining my calm as I replied, "I'm more than happy to follow orders, a broken bar when they come from someone who's earned the right. But if you're asking me to follow you on the basis of being a noble, you'll have to do better than vague claims. If you want me to obey, then reveal your identity. Otherwise, a polite request might work." For a moment, her mouth tightened into a thin line, and I could see the war within her, whether to keep pushing or to back off. The room remained utterly silent, every patron too terrified to breathe, let alone speak. She opened her mouth to retort, but I spoke again, cutting her off before she could gather steam. "Besides," I said, my tone still light but edged with challenge, "if everyone here were to claim they were a noble and bark orders around, the world would be chaos, wouldn't it? Surely, a true noble would understand the importance of order." Her face darkened further, and for a split second, I thought she might actually draw her sword. But instead, she exhaled sharply, forcing her shoulders to relax barely. Her pride was wounded, but she wasn't entirely reckless. She glanced around the room, no doubt aware of the many eyes watching, even if they pretended otherwise. "I don't have to explain myself to the likes of you," she said, her voice quieter but still laced with venom. "But fine. If you want to make this difficult, then so be it." She took a step closer, her face inches from mine, her breath cool and deliberate. "I am Valeria Olarian, daughter of House Olarian, and I will not tolerate any more of your disrespect. You will follow me, or you will regret it." I smiled, unbothered by her attempts to intimidate. "Now, was that so hard?" I asked, my tone still light, though there was a flicker of challenge in my eyes. "See? We're making progress." Her eyes blazed with cold fury, and she took a slow, measured breath. It was clear that, for the moment, her patience had reached its end. "You have no idea who you're dealing with," she whispered, her voice dangerous. "Follow me now, or I will ensure you suffer the consequences." I let the silence stretch for a moment, holding her gaze. "It's still an order, Valeria," I said softly. "And I already told you, I don't follow orders." Her jaw clenched, the fury boiling beneath the surface. The tension was palpable, hanging in the air like a sword poised to drop. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she exhaled sharply, a mixture of frustration and resignation. "Very well," she said through gritted teeth. "Lucavian, will you please follow me?" The words were practically spat out, but the fact that she had said them at all was a victory in itself. I grinned, bowing slightly in mock respect. Now that wasn't so difficult, was it? I straightened, my tone becoming more neutral as I nodded. Lead the way, Lady Olarian. With a glare that promised retribution later, Valeria turned on her heel once more, storming out of the inn. This time, I followed, the amused smile never leaving my face. Top of form, bottom of form. She is really Valeria Olarian, a broken bar. After all, I had met another character from the novel. As I followed Valeria Olarian through the narrow streets of Rackenshaw, my thoughts began to wander. There's always that one character, isn't there? While most romance fantasy stories throw the main character into a sea of suitors, with charming male leads falling over themselves to win the protagonist's favor, there's always the gatekeeper. The stern, no-nonsense girl who stands firmly at the side of the heroine, acting as a buffer between her and the horde of admirers. Sometimes a best friend, sometimes a rival, but always the same type, sharp, cold, and with a face that could freeze the sun. Valeria was exactly that type. I could almost picture her role in the story as standing off to the side while the main character, most likely a princess or some magical chosen one, dealt with the affections of 5, maybe even 6 different male leads. Every time one of them got too close, too friendly, Valeria would step in with that same icy glare, maybe a sharp word or two, reminding them that the protagonist wasn't so easily won over. She was like a human chastity belt for the romantic tension, bluebling half the cast with a single look. I mused to myself, barely stifling a chuckle. In these stories, the stern girl isn't just a protector, she's a litmus test. If a potential love interest could get past her walls, then maybe, just maybe, he was worthy of the protagonist. If not, well, good luck to him. The thing about these characters is that they almost always have an undercurrent of loyalty that runs deeper than their sharp exterior suggests. It's never just about being cold or stern for the sake of it, it's about devotion. They're the ones who protect the heroine from the wrong sort of attention, who stand by her side through thick and thin, often sacrificing their own happiness for the sake of the greater good. Valeria fit the stereotype perfectly. From the moment she'd walked into the inn, her entire demeanor had screamed of someone who had devoted her life to something or someone far greater than herself. Valeria Olarian. The moment I heard her name, it clicked. Of course, she fit the stereotype perfectly because she was the stereotype, at least in the world of shattered innocence. I had almost forgotten a broken bar. Well, not that I had forgotten, but it is just that just reading some words describing someone's appearance and seeing them in real life does not always connect instantly. While in the book, she was described as a knight with pink hair and violet eyes with a beautiful but stern face, the way I had imagined her as a reader was a little bit different from how she was looking now. And with the lack of illustrations, it took a little bit of time for me to realize who she was. Valeria wasn't just any knight. She was a key character in the novel, one of the first real allies the protagonist, Elara, would make at the academy. Their relationship didn't begin smoothly, though. Valeria wasn't the type to warm up to anyone easily, least of all someone as free-spirited and rebellious as Elara. At the beginning of the story, Valeria is introduced as the best friend of Elara's new roommate, a noble girl who is kind but unremarkable. It was through that connection that Valeria and Elara's paths crossed. Despite being in the same social circle, they were oil and water. Valeria's rigid sense of duty and discipline clashing with Elara's more carefree nature. Valeria had been raised differently from the other girls at the academy. She was a product of the Olarian family, a line of knights whose history was drenched in honor and duty. From the moment she could walk, she held a sword. Her childhood wasn't filled with dolls or playdates like many of her peers. Instead, it was filled with training grounds, the weight of steel in her hand, and endless lessons about duty, discipline, and the expectations of nobility. In Valeria's world, noblesse oblige wasn't just a phrase, it was a way of life. She had been taught that her status as a noble wasn't a privilege to be enjoyed but a responsibility that came with burdens. She was expected to protect the weak, serve her house, and uphold the values of her family's legacy. And she did so with an almost terrifying devotion. That was part of why she didn't get along with Elara at first. Elara's spontaneous, emotional approach to life and her refusal to be bound by the rules grated on Valeria's rigid upbringing. Where Ilara saw freedom, Valeria saw recklessness. Where Ilara acted on instinct, Valeria would overanalyze every move, making sure it fit into the framework of honor and propriety that had been drilled into her since birth. Their initial interactions were fraught with tension, especially during those early days at the academy. Valeria's formality and strict adherence to protocol made her seem distant, cold even. And to someone like Ilara, that rather brought some not-liked memories, let's say. But, of course, that was what made their eventual friendship so satisfying. Beneath Valeria's unyielding exterior was a sense of loyalty that ran so deep it bordered on self-sacrifice. She was a character that I had liked quite a lot at that time. Most of the male leads and their behaviors were always annoying to me as a reader, and seeing that Valeria was putting an end to such behaviors was indeed satisfying. At the same time, her own acts and sometimes hypocritical way of thinking were also annoying. It was her flaws, and that is what makes a character. No one in this world is flawless, and seeing someone change is always inspirational. But that was still a long way off from where we were now. In Shattered Innocence, Valeria is introduced to the Academy arc after Ilara has already started her journey. Right now a broken bar. Right now, Valeria is most likely far from the character I'd come to appreciate in Shattered Innocence. The development she would undergo, the subtle softening that would bring out her loyalty and the depth of her character, none of it had happened yet. She was still in the earliest stages of her arc, before she learned to temper that unyielding discipline with a bit of compassion. The Valeria in front of me wasn't the nuanced, loyal friend I remembered from the story. No. This version of her was still rough around the edges. She was the embodiment of the rigid knight, the sword of justice that hadn't yet learned how to bend without breaking. Her world was built on rules, on tradition, and on the certainty that she was doing the right thing. In a way, she was still the product of her upbringing, molded by the Olarian family's strict codes of conduct and sense of noblesse oblige. Her actions were always based on what she believed to be right, but that came with its own set of problems. For Valeria, right often meant by the book, and if someone didn't fit into her carefully defined boxes of honor and decorum, well, a broken bar, they were a problem to be dealt with, not a person to be understood. And that was who she was right now, someone who saw the world in black and white, with little room for anything in between. She's still at the stage where everything is cut and dry for her, I thought, watching her lead the way with that same stiff, disciplined stride. Right or wrong, honorable or dishonorable, duty or failure. There wasn't much gray in Valeria's world yet. She hadn't been tested in the way she would be later in the story, when those rigid rules of hers would start to clash with reality. I had been so caught up in my thoughts, mentally dissecting Valeria's character, that I barely noticed we had been walking for a while. The rhythmic clinking of her armor and the sound of our footsteps on the cobblestone streets had become a background hum, blending into the noise of the city around us. It wasn't until she came to an abrupt stop that I snapped back to the present. Blinking, I looked up to find Valeria standing just ahead, her back still straight, but her stance tense. Her violet eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I could see the clear annoyance in her gaze. She was sizing me up, as if trying to decide if I was worth the trouble. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and I could almost hear the deep breaths she released, her irritation palpable. She looked me over, her expression sharp, as if there was something about my entire appearance that grated on her. "Are you really the one who dealt with the bandit Corvin and his men?" she asked, her tone clipped and skeptical, as if the very idea of me doing such a thing was beyond belief. I wasn't surprised by her question. After all, from her point of view, I probably didn't fit the image of a hero or even a mercenary capable of handling a seasoned bandit like Corvin. To her, I must have looked like some laid-back fool who thought too much and took nothing seriously. I met her gaze evenly and nodded, keeping my expression calm. "That's right," I said, not bothering to elaborate. Their truth was enough. Her eyes narrowed, clearly unsatisfied with my simple answer. She seemed to be waiting for more, perhaps a justification or some explanation that made sense in her rigid worldview. But I offered none, just a small, knowing smile that I knew would probably annoy her further. "You dealt with Corvin," she repeated, almost as if testing the words in her mouth. And his entire group? I nodded again, my tone light. That's right. For a moment, her gaze darkened, her frustration with Mia and probably this entire situation are bubbling just beneath the surface. She clearly didn't like what she was hearing, but I wasn't sure if it was because she didn't believe me or because she did. Her posture stiffened even more, and her hand hovered dangerously close to the hilt of her sword. It wasn't a threat, not yet, anyway, but it was a reminder of who she was, what she stood for, and the fact that she wasn't easily impressed. I find that hard to believe, she said finally, her tone dripping with skepticism. You don't exactly look like someone who could take down a group like that. Why are we repeating the same thing over and over again? Valeria's eyes flicked up to meet mine, locking onto me with a cold, calculating stare. She didn't flinch, didn't waver, just nodded her head once, sharply. You're right, she said, her voice quiet now, but no less firm. We are repeating the same thing. For a moment, I thought that was the end of it, that maybe we'd move on from this tiresome back and forth. But instead, her gaze shifted downward, locking onto the hilt of the estoc at my side. A faint glint of determination sparked in her violet eyes, and I knew exactly where this was going before she even said it. I'll see for myself. Valeria Olarian was born into a world of expectations and discipline. As the daughter of House Olarian, a family renowned for its long history of knightly service, her path had been set from the moment she took her first breath. From an early age, it was clear that Valeria was destined for greatness. Her talent with a sword was evident even as a child, and those around her often remarked that she was a natural, her movements fluid, her strikes precise. Her father, a veteran knight and a strict adherent to the Olarian family's values, wasted no time in shaping her into the warrior she was meant to become. Under his tutelage, Valeria's childhood was filled with grueling training sessions that stretched from dawn to dusk. While other children played, Valeria was on the training grounds, sparring with wooden swords that seemed too heavy for her small hands but soon became extensions of her very being. It wasn't just swordsmanship at which she excelled. From a young age, Valeria demonstrated an exceptional affinity for cultivation. Her ability to harness and manipulate mana impressed her instructors, and it wasn't long before people began to whisper that Valeria Olarian would one day be one of the kingdom's most formidable knights. She had the strength of body, the discipline of mind, and the growing mastery of energy that few her age could match. You will make a great knight one day and recover our family's honor, her father often told her during their training sessions, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and sternness. Talent is only the beginning. It is the constant refinement of your abilities that will set you apart. You must train harder than anyone else, prove yourself in battle, and never forget that honor is the cornerstone of knighthood. Valeria's family had not always been as they were now. Once upon a time, the Olarian name commanded respect across the kingdom, their lands vast, and their influence rivaling that of the most powerful noble houses. They were a county, proud and unyielding, their crest a symbol of strength and honor. But that was before the Dark Stain, a chapter in the Olarian history that no one spoke of aloud, yet lingered over them like a shadow. Her father often spoke of it, but only in passing, his voice tightening with bitterness whenever the subject neared. Our family's honor must be restored, he would say, his eyes hard and distant. We were once a county, respected and revered. Now, we are but a mere viscountcy, stripped of our rank, our name tarnished. That was why the family had become obsessed with honor and results. It was no longer just about virtue, it was about redemption. Every achievement, every victory, every accolade that Valeria earned wasn't just for herself. It was for her family, for the Olarian name, and for the chance to one day regain the status they had lost. You must be perfect, her father had drilled into her from a young age. No mistakes, no hesitations. Every failure you suffer reflects on all of us. We cannot afford any more shame. Valeria had taken those words to heart. Her life became a relentless pursuit of excellence. Whether it was mastering the sword or honing her cultivation abilities, she pushed herself to her limits, knowing that her family's future rested on her shoulders. The whispers about her talent weren't just about pride, they were about hope. The hope that one day, the Olarian family would rise again, and the past would be erased. The weight of that expectation was heavy, but Valeria bore it without complaint. She would succeed, not just for herself, but for the generations of Olarians who had come before Hera and for those who would come after. That was why she had been looking for missions, something that she could use to prove that her family and her name were not useless, so that she can prove to her father that she became a full-fledged knight, someone that he could be proud of. And that opportunity came not long after. Her efforts finally bore fruit when she received word of a mission in the country Sadia bandit subjugation. Normally, such tasks were routine for any knight or mercenary, but this one was different. The information mentioned a peak 3-star awakened warrior leading the bandits, a rarity in such a rural area. A warrior of that caliber was not to be taken lightly, and Valeria immediately recognized the opportunity it presented. How does someone like that remain unchecked in the countryside? She had wondered at first. A peak 3-star warrior, powerful and dangerous, should have been dealt with swiftly. Yet it seemed the situation had lingered unresolved. To Valeria, this was strange, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she saw it as an opportunity. If no one else had been able to deal with this Corvin, then it was her chance to prove herself. If she could take down such a notorious bandit leader, it would solidify her reputation, not just as a competent knight, but as someone who could handle the challenges others could not. Without hesitation, she prepared her horse and set out for the region. The journey was long and exhausting, but Valeria pushed through, her mind focused on the battle ahead. The image of her father's proud face, the thought of her family's name being restored, kept her moving forward. She could almost taste Victoria. This would be her moment. But when she finally arrived, what she found was nothing short of infuriating. As soon as she reached the outskirts of Ragnarshaw, she inquired about the situation with the local authorities, eager to confirm the details of the bandit problem. But the answer she received was not what she had expected. The bandit leader Corvin. "Oh, he's been dealt with already," one of the guards told her casually as if it were nothing. Valeria felt the ground shift beneath her. "What?" she demanded, her voice sharp. "When?" "A few days ago," the guard replied, his eyes smiling. A quick subjugation force was gathered from the city, and the bandit subjugation was successful. And Corvin was dealt by Sir Lucavian. Valeria's mind reeled as she processed the guard's words. The bandit leader had already been defeated, and by someone she didn't even know. She had come all this way, prepared herself for the challenge, only to arrive too late. The frustration bubbling within her was almost unbearable, but she held her composure as best she could, though her voice carried an unmistakable edge of irritation. "Lucavian?" Valeria asked, narrowing her eyes at the guard. "Who is this Lucavian?" The guard's expression softened with a touch of admiration, as he leaned on his spear. "Ah, Sir Lucavian," he began, his tone now respectful. "He's something of a local hero around these parts." Took down Corvin himself, along with more than half of the bandits' lieutenants, all in one go. It was quite the sight, or so I've heard. Valeria felt her jaw clench tighter. A local hero? This was starting to feel even more aggravating by the second. "He did all of that on his own?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with disbelief. The guard nodded, his smile widening. "Yes, Mom. He didn't just lead the subjugation, he was the one who took the fight straight to Corvin. There were plenty of others in the force, but it's no secret who did the heavy lifting. From what I've heard, Lucavian's skill with that stock of his was something to behold. Cut down those bandits like they were nothing." Valeria's stomach twisted. She had imagined herself being the one to single-handedly take down Corvin, the one who would be recognized for her prowess. Instead, some local hero had swooped in and claimed the Victoria and the glory she had been so desperate to seize. "Where is he now?" Valeria asked, her tone hard. She needed to know more about this Lucavian, needed to see for herself what kind of person could accomplish what she had come to do. The guard shrugged. "He doesn't stick around long after his work is done. Last I heard, he was resting somewhere in the town, but he's the kind who moves on quickly. Always seems to have some other mission or goal. He's become quite the name around Ragnarshaw since dealing with those bandits." Valeria's grip on her reins tightened. Her opportunity had slipped away, and the frustration of missing out on such a challenge burned deep inside her. But more than that, It was this Lucavian, a name she had never heard before, who had robbed her of the chance to prove herself. She was furious, but beneath that fury lay a determination that was just as strong. "I see," she said through gritted teeth. "Thank you for the information." With that, Valeria turned her horse, her mind swirling with thoughts. Whoever this Lucavian was, he had beaten her to the prize. But she wasn't about to let that stand. It may not be his fault, but at the very least, I want to see what kind of person he is. She needed to see who he was. Determined and driven by a gnawing need to see for herself the man who had so effortlessly stolen her opportunity, Valeria wasted no time. As soon as she parted ways with the guard, she called for her men, her voice as sharp as steel. Her knights, loyal to her command, gathered quickly, their expressions attentive. "Spread out through the town," she ordered, her tone crisp and authoritative. "Find that man named Lucavian. Search the inns, the taverns, anywhere a man might rest after a battle. I want to know where he is, and I want to know soon." Her men nodded, splitting into groups and heading in different directions. Valeria didn't wait idly, either. She wasn't the type to sit back and let others do the work for her. Climbing back onto her horse, she set off, her gaze scanning the narrow streets of Rackenshaw as she rode. Every corner, every building was searched with a keen eye. She questioned shopkeepers, glanced into every inn she passed, and made sure to inquire with anyone who might have seen a knight fitting Lucavian's description. It wasn't long before one of her men returned with a lead. "Lady Valeria," he called out as he approached, slightly winded from running. "We've found him. He's staying at an inn named Verdant Hearth." The moment she heard the name, Valeria's eyes were narrowed, though she kept her expression impassive. She nodded curtly and sent the man back to continue his patrol. Without wasting any more time, she turned her horse and headed for the Red Lion Inn, her mind racing with thoughts of what she might find. As she neared the inn, her mood darkened. This Lucavian had accomplished what she had come to do, had taken the challenge she so desperately sought. But the fact that he was already something of a hero in this town only added salt to the wound. How could she prove herself in a place where another had already won all the glory? Still, Valeria pressed forward. She needed to see him, to assess this so-called hero for herself. Valeria dismounted her horse with a deliberate, measured motion, her booted feet hitting the ground with a soft thud. Her gaze lingered on the entrance to the inn, Verdant Hearth, as if she could already sense the frustration bubbling beneath the surface. She wasn't here to make friends, and she certainly wasn't here to congratulate this Lucavian on a job well done. Who is this man, anyway? She thought as she approached the door, her hand already tightening around the hilt of her sword out of habit. Some unknown knight who just waltzes in and deals with a peak 3-star awakened warrior like it's nothing? It's absurd. She pushed the door open with more force than necessary, the wood creaking in protest as she stepped inside. The warmth of the morning sun filtered through the windows, casting a soft glow over the inn's interior. The scent of breakfast hung in the air, but she did not care. "Hello, how may I help you?" As she saw the approaching young girl who seemed to be around the same age as her, she spoke. "I am looking for a man named Lucavian. I heard that he was staying here." At the mention of the name Lucavian, the girl's face hardened a little. "That a broken bar. He is not here right now." "I see. Then I will wait." Now that she had come to this town in the countryside, she had already invested a lot of time in it. She no longer had anything to lose anyway. Thankfully, it did not take too long. Creak. As the door opened, her attention was immediately drawn to the figure standing near the entrancier Lucavian. He was not what she expected. "Thesa Brokenbar is the man who took down Corvin?" Valeria's violet eyes narrowed as she observed him. He was tall but not imposing, his demeanor relaxed, almost too relaxed for someone who had supposedly bested a notorious bandit leader. His hair was dark, his posture casual, and there was an amused glint in his eyes that grated on her nerves instantly. "Are you Lucavian?" she asked, her voice cold, cutting through the low hum of the inn. She noticed how he paused as if taking her in, but she didn't give him the luxury of time to respond properly. Already, her mind was working overtime. "He doesn't look like much," she thought, eyes raking over him critically. "No visible aura, no signs of power. How could this man possibly?" "Yes, I am," Lucavian finally replied, his voice even and unbothered. Valeria felt a spark of irritation at how calm he was, as if her presence didn't unsettle him in the slightest. Really? She thought, her inner monologue dripping with sarcasm. This is the man who everyone is praising? He looks like he just trolled out of bed. But as her eyes scanned him from head to toe, she caught the faintest hint of a smirk on his face. It was small, but enough to make her blood simmer. "So," she said, barely able to keep the sneer out of her voice, "you're the one who dealt with Corvin?" Her words were loaded, dripping with condescension. As she tilted her head, eyeing him like he was a bug beneath her boot, she saw it through a flicker of amusement in his eyes, as if he found her attitude funny. That only made her angrier. "What's so amusing? Does he think I'm impressed? Does he think I'll fawn over him like the locals?" "I have to say," Valeria continued, voice sharp, "you don't exactly seem the part. I expected Sumi only a broken bar taller, more imposing." Her eyes bore into him, waiting for the usual defensiveness or pride she was accustomed to from knights eager to prove themselves. Instead, Lucavian just chuckled softly, as if her insult had bounced right off of him. "Well," he said with an irritatingly calm smile, "not everything is as it seems, is it? A person's appearance doesn't always match what's inside." Valeria's jaw clenched at his words, her expression darkening. What is that supposed to mean? She thought, her mind racing. Was he implying something about her? That she was all show, no substance? The audacity. This commoner dares to mock me? What exactly are you implying? She asked, her voice lowering to a dangerous tone, barely suppressing the urge to draw her blade right there. She imagined how easy it would be to silence his smug face with one strike, to remind him of the difference between their statuses. But once again, Lucavian remained unfazed, his playful expression unbroken. "Nothing at all," he replied smoothly, "just that people often make assumptions based on appearances, and that can be broken by misleading." The restraint it took for Valeria to not lash out was monumental. "He's mocking me. He must be," she fumed internally. "Does he think this is a game? That he can humiliate me, of all people?" Her father's words echoed in her mind, stern and unyielding. "You must be perfect. No mistakes, no hesitations. Every failure you suffer reflects on all of us. We cannot afford any more shame." "Watch your words, commoner," she hissed, her tone icy, her frustration barely concealed. "You think you can just walk in here and get away with that attitude? I'll make sure you regret underestimating me." "What if I don't?" he responded, his voice smooth and almost lazy, as though this entire confrontation was just a game to him. Her fury rose like a storm within her, but she held it back. This man is insufferable. How did he take down Corvin? Did he bribe someone? Cheat? There's no way this laid-back fool is the knight they're praising. "You'll be punished for your insolence," she spat, her voice like a blade drawn from its sheath, the weight of her noble status behind every word. Lucavian raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "A noble? You're a noble?" The audacity of his tone mocking her lineage so openly set fire to her insides. Her noble blood demanded she silence him for good, yet something held her back. Perhaps it was the crowd watching, or perhaps it was her pride. "This man has no idea who I am. He's nothing, a no-name knight riding on his one victory. He doesn't deserve the honor of facing me. But he will learn. I'll make sure of it." Forcing herself to rein in the tempest building within her, she stepped closer, her violet eyes locking on to his with cold fury. "I am Valeria Olarian, daughter of House Olarian," she said, her voice low and dangerous, "and I will not tolerate any more of your disrespect. You will follow me, or you will regret it." But Lucavian didn't flinch. Instead, his smile widened, the challenge in his eyes growing. "Now, was that so hard?" he asked, his voice still laced with that infuriating calm. Valeria's patience was wearing thin. "This man doesn't deserve my time. I could take him down with one strike, wipe that smirk off his face, and remind him who he's speaking to." "You have no idea who you're dealing with," she whispered, her voice a cold promise of violence. "Follow me now, or I will ensure you suffer the consequences." Lucavian's eyes met hers without hesitation, and he held her gaze, calm and composed. "It's still an order, Valeria," he said softly. "And I already told you, I don't follow orders." Her grip on her sword tightened. "He thinks this is a joke. He's pushing me, testing me. But I won't break." "I can't." "Not for him." After what felt like an eternity, Valeria exhaled sharply, swallowing her pride. She could feel the weight of everyone watching, judging her. "Very well," she said through gritted teeth. "Lucavian, will you please follow me?" The words were bitter on her tongue, but she needed to get through this. "This isn't over," she promised herself. "I'll deal with him later, but right now, I need to keep my composure. For my father, for my family." Lucavian grinned, bowing slightly in mock respect. Now that wasn't so difficult, was it? Valeria's jaw clenched even tighter as she turned on her heel, her every step radiating with barely contained anger. "Enjoy your little victory, Lucavian," she thought darkly, "because it won't last." Valeria had been so caught up in her frustration, her thoughts swirling with the events of the morning, that she barely noticed how long they had been walking. The clinking of her armor and the soft echo of footsteps on the cobblestone streets became a distant hum, blending into the noise of the bustling town. Yet, despite the calm of the city around them, Valeria's mind was anything but tranquil. She had wanted to dismiss him outright when she first laid eyes on him in the inn, but the calm way he carried himself unsettled her. It was as if none of this fazed him. She came to an abrupt stop, frustration finally getting the better of her. She stood rigid, back straight, every inch of her posture radiating control, but inside, her patience was wearing thin. As she turned to face him, Valeria's violet eyes locked onto his with a look of clear annoyance. She could see him blink in surprise, as if he had only just noticed she had stopped. The casualness of his demeanor grated on her, making her wonder how someone so indifferent could have bested a warrior like Corvin. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and she exhaled slowly through her nose, trying to keep her voice measured. "Are you really the one who dealt with the bandit Corvin and his men?" she asked, though even as the words left her mouth, they felt incredulous. How could someone like him have done it? When he responded with a simple, calm nod, it only made the irritation inside her grow. He gave no further explanation, no details, nothing that made the feat seem remotely believable. Just that annoying, self-assured smile that tugged at the corners of his lips, as if he found her disbelief amusing. "You think this is funny, don't you?" Valeria thought, her eyes narrowing. She repeated her question, almost testing him. "You dealt with Corvin and his entire group?" Another nod. The same light, almost indifferent tone. "That's right." Valeria clenched her teeth, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. There was no denying that the bandit leader had been defeated, her investigation had confirmed it. But this man, this Lucavian, didn't fit into her vision of what a capable warrior looked like. He wasn't disciplined like her, didn't carry the same seriousness or the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Is this really the kind of man who can handle a peak 3-star warrior? She wondered. He doesn't look like he takes anything seriously. How could someone like him have done what I came here to do? Her posture stiffened, and she felt the familiar pull toward her sword, her fingers hovering close to its hilt. It wasn't a threat, not yet, but a silent reminder of who she was, what she had worked for, what she represented. She had faced many capable fighters, many knights with real talent and discipline, and none of them would dare to act so casually in the face of such a challenge. And yet here he stood, completely unbothered by her presence, by her status. "I find that hard to believe," she said, her voice hard and flat, laced with skepticism. "You don't exactly look like someone who could take down a group like that." The corner of his mouth twitched into a smirk, and his response was as dismissive as ever. "Why are we repeating the same thing over and over again?" Valeria's jaw tightened as his words hit her. She couldn't stand how calm he was, how unaffected. Most men would have faltered under her gaze, would have been eager to prove themselves worthy in her eyes. But Lucavian seemed amused, as through the whole conversation was nothing more than a waste of his time. She locked eyes with him, her stare cold and unyielding. Her instincts screamed at her to push him, to make him prove himself. She couldn't take this lightly anymore. "You're right," she said, her voice quieter now but no less firm. "We are repeating the same thing." Her gaze flickered downward, landing on the hilt of his estoc. The weapon itself didn't look extraordinary, but she had heard the stories that painted Lucavian as someone capable of using that blade to cut down seasoned warriors. The more she looked at it, the more she could feel the tension coil inside her. There was no way to know for sure unless she saw it for herself. "I'll see it with my own eyes," she thought, her decision made. If he really is as good as they say, then he won't mind proving it. She lifted her chin slightly, her eyes burning with renewed determination. "I'll see for myself," she said, her voice cold, clear, and unwavering. "I'll see for myself," she declared, her tone laced with challenge. Without any further warning, she reached for the sword at her side and drew it in one smooth, practiced motion. The blade gleamed in the light, and the sound of steel against the scabbard was sharp and clean, echoing through the quiet street. Her movements were controlled and precise. Everything about her radiated the discipline and training of someone who had been wielding a sword since childhood. I didn't reach for my weapon immediately, though my hand instinctively rested on its hilt. I watched her carefully, reading her stance. She was poised, ready, her eyes locked onto me like a predator waiting for the slightest movement from its prey. I tilted my head slightly, still holding her gaze. "So," I asked, my voice calm, almost curious, "how exactly are you planning to see it for yourself? What are you going to do?" Valeria's eyes narrowed, and her grip on her sword tightened. "Isn't that obvious?" she replied, her tone cold and direct. "I'll see with my own blade." She shifted her stance slightly, her sword held in front of her with perfect control. "Words can be deceiving," she continued, her voice steady, "but a blade does not lie." The moment she said that I couldn't help but let out a small, amused chuckle. There was something about her unshakable conviction that struck me. Maybe it was the fact that she believed in her sword with such purity, or perhaps it was because I had always appreciated that exact sentiment. "You're right about that," I said, a smile spreading across my face as I began to unsheath my estoc, the blade glinting in the light. "A blade never lies. Those who know how to communicate with it can say more in one duel than in a year of talking." Valeria's expression softened just a fraction, enough to show that she acknowledged my words. "I'm glad we're on the same page, then," she said, her tone no less serious but with a flicker of respect beneath the surface. The moment I held the estoc with the blade gleaming under the sun, I felt the thrill once again. "I wonder how it will be, facing someone competent." It had been a while. As Valeria watched Lucavian unsheath his estoc, something shifted in the air between them. It was subtle at first, a slight change in his posture, the way his hand wrapped around the hilt of his blade. But then his gaze, those once calm, almost playful eyes, hardened. The casual air that had surrounded him moments before evaporated, replaced by something far more dangerous, something primal. Her breath hitched in her throat, her muscles tensing instinctively. She had faced plenty of warriors before, but the change in Lucavian's presence was unlike anything she had encountered. His smile remained, but it no longer carried the warmth of amusement. Now, it seemed a broken bar, predatory. "What a broken bar is this?" Valeria thought, her heart skipping a beat as a cold, creeping sensation crawled down her spine. He had seemed so relaxed, so easygoing just moments ago. Now, it felt as though a storm was gathering right in front of her, and she was standing in its path. Her grip tightened around her sword, the weight of it suddenly feeling much heavier. This this warrior was not the same person who had been teasing her earlier. His eyes, locked onto hers, radiated a fierce intensity that made her question everything she had assumed about him. Lucavian raised his estoc, the blade gleaming dangerously in the sunlight. His movements were slow, deliberate, yet there was an unsettling fluidity to them, like a predator circling its prey. His gaze never wavered, piercing through her with an unnerving clarity. For a moment, Valeria's mind raced, trying to reconcile the man before her with the carefree knight she had been so frustrated with earlier. How could he change so suddenly? The shift in his demeanor was so drastic, it left her momentarily off balance. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Lucavian took a step forward, his blade raised in perfect synchronization with his movements, and their eyes met. A chill ran down her spine, the intensity of his gaze locking her in place. Valeria's heart pounded in her chest. This isn't normal. The aura he was emitting now felt oppressive, suffocating even. It was as if the playful smirk was a mask he had discarded, revealing something much darker beneath. Something far more dangerous. Focus, she reprimanded herself, shaking off the creeping dread that had begun to cloud her thoughts. She couldn't afford to hesitate. Not now, not in front of him. But despite her attempts to steel herself, a small, undeniable voice whispered in the back of her mind, "What kind of person is this man?" Lucavian's smile widened, but this time, it didn't reach his eyes. There was nothing light-hearted about it, only a predatory gleam. He raised his blade, the air between them crackling with anticipation. "Ready?" he asked, his voice still calm but laced with an undercurrent of something far more sinister. His gaze bore into hers, a challenger one she knew she had to meet. Broken bar. What the hell are you doing, Valeria? She could not help but get angry at herself. "You are a knight. Who are you afraid of?" The words reverberated through her, steadying her resolve. She had faced countless opponents, honed her skills through years of rigorous training. Lucavian was no different. He couldn't be. She was the daughter of House Olarian, a knight with a legacy to uphold, and she wouldn't allow herself to be rattled by a mere shift in demeanor. She straightened, her grip on her sword tightening as she locked eyes with Lucavian. The unsettling, predatory gleam in his gaze still lingered, but this time, it didn't shake her. She would face him head-on, just as she had always done. "I'm ready," she declared, her voice firm and steady, cutting through the charged atmosphere. There was no time to waste, no hesitation. Her instincts screamed at her to act now, and she followed them without a second thought. Swoosh! In an instant, Valeria surged forward, her body moving with the precision and speed of a seasoned warrior. She didn't wait for Lucavian to make the first move. This wasn't a fight she could afford to test the waters in. The unsettling feeling he exuded was enough to drive her to strike with everything she had from the very start. Valeria's strike was swift and precise, her blade cutting through the air with a deadly grace that only years of disciplined training could produce. The weight of her family's swordsmanship coursed through her veins as she channeled everything into that first blow, a strike that embodied her legacy, her honor, and her relentless pursuit of perfection. But the moment her blade met Lucavian's, everything changed. A clang. The force of the collision reverberated through her arms, but it wasn't the impact that caught her off guard. It was the effortless way in which Lucavian deflected her strike. His eyestock moved with an almost unnatural fluidity, a subtle shift in his wrist sending her attack veering off course as if it were a mere inconvenience. Her eyes widened as she saw the black starlight coiling around his blade. Tiny pinpricks of light shimmered in the dark aura, like stars scattered across a night sky, and it pulsed with a power that sent a shiver through her. "What is that?" Valeria's mind raced, but there was no time to dwell on the question. Lucavian's counter came without warning. With a flick of his wrist, his eyestock swept toward her, its black starlight trailing behind it in a mesmerizing arc. Valeria barely managed to parry, the force of his attack far greater than she had anticipated. Her feet slid back, the ground scraping beneath her boots as she struggled to hold her stance. A clang, clang, clang. Their blades clashed again and again, each strike more ferocious than the last. Lucavian's movements were smooth and precise, his every motion calculated to dismantle her defenses. There was no hesitation, no wasted effort, just cold, unrelenting precision. All the while, the black starlight danced along his blade, casting eerie shadows across the ground. Valeria gritted her teeth, trying to regain her footing, but it was as if she were fighting against a force of nature. Lucavian's presence was suffocating, his gaze never leaving hers, the predatory intensity growing with each passing second. How is he this strong? She thought, her heart pounding in her chest. She had fought countless opponents before, but this was different. Every time she tried to push forward, to take advantage, Lucavian was already a step ahead, his blade meeting hers with terrifying precision. Another strike came, and this time, Valeria could feel the weight of his intent behind it. She raised her sword to block, but the moment their blades met, she was forced back once more. Her arms trembled under the strain, and the weight of her family's sword suddenly felt like a burden. Swoosh! Lucavian didn't relent, His estoc moved with almost serpentine grace, weaving through the air as if it had a will of its own. Each swing brought the black starlight closer, its presence pressing down on her like the weight of the night itself. "Damn it! Focus," Valeria scolded herself, shaking off the growing unease in her chest. She couldn't afford to falter now, and not when she was facing such a dangerous opponent. Her family's swordsmanship had never failed her before, and it wouldn't fail her now. And at the same time, she had realized this point. "I made a mistake." A broken bar. He was indeed the person who had dealt with that bandit leader, since there was no way any normal person could fight with her like this normally. "I made a mistake." A broken bar. He was indeed the person who had dealt with that bandit leader. Valeria exhaled deeply, her sword lowering just a fraction as she took a moment to gather her breath. The intensity of the battle had worn at her resolve, but there was no denying it now. This man, Lucavian, was every bit the warrior people claimed him to be. Her violet eyes softened, and she let out a quiet sigh as she glanced at his face. "I misjudged you," she admitted, her voice calmer now, no longer filled with the cold edge of earlier. "I apologize for my rudeness, for doubting your strength. I was a broken bar in a bad mood, and I took it out on you." Lucavian's expression softened, the predatory gleam in his eyes fading as he relaxed his stance. He gave her a small, almost amused smile. "Don't worry about it. I don't mind." Valeria's lips twitched into a faint smile of her own. "That's good to hear," she said, the tension in her body easing. But then her grip tightened around her sword once more, and a spark of excitement lit up her eyes. "But even so, I can't stop now." Lucavian raised an eyebrow, his smile widening slightly in response to the shift in her tone. "How could I?" Valeria continued, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "After finding an opponent like you a broken bar, how could I stop before seeing this duel through to the end?" Lucavian chuckled softly at her words, his posture shifting as he took a step back. The black starlight that had coiled around his estoc began to dissipate, the aura of mana retreating. His eyes met Valeria's, and with a subtle nod, he seemed to signal something, an unspoken understanding that passed between them. Valeria immediately understood. She mirrored his actions, pulling back her own mana until the only thing left between them was the weight of their swords and their skill alone. Lucavian's smile deepened, and he raised his blade in a casual salute. "Speaking with blades, a broken bar, isn't that how it's done?" Valeria's smile widened, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. "Yes," she replied, her voice filled with anticipation. "That's exactly how it's done." With their mana withdrawn, the duel was no longer about raw power or magical enhancement. Now, it was purely about skill, precision, and the art of the sword. The clash of steel rang out through the clearing, the sound sharp and resonant as Valeria's Zweihanda met Lucavian's estoc with perfect precision. Valeria's strikes were steady, deliberate, and flawless, each movement a testament to years of rigorous training and unyielding discipline. Her family's swordsmanship was deeply ingrained in her, a style that emphasized simplicity over flourish, but every strike carried the weight of her expertise. The Olarian family's sword style was built on the principle of perfecting the basics. There was no need for complex, intricate maneuvers or fancy techniques. Valeria's father had drilled it into her since she was a child. The most powerful swordsmanship came from mastering the fundamentals and executing them flawlessly. And she had done just that. Valeria's muscles coiled, her Zweihanda held steady as she lunged forward with a wide, sweeping strike aimed at Lucavian's left flank. The weight of her sword pulled with power, forcing her to rely on her core strength to maintain balance. "He's fast." Lucavian's estoc flashed like a streak of silver, meeting her blade at a sharp angle just before the impact. The lightness of his weapon seemed no match for her Zweihanda, but the way he deflected the strike, his blade angled just enough to guide the force away without absorbing it, was flawless. "He's not blocking. He's guiding my strikes away." Valeria's thoughts raced as she adjusted her stance, her next move flowing instinctively. She twisted her wrists, bringing the blade down again with a high, arcing strike aimed at his shoulder. Her father's voice echoed in her mind, "Perfect the basics. Don't overcomplicate it." But Lucavian was already in motion. His feet barely touched the ground as he sidestepped the blow, his estoc moving with him in a sweeping curve that came dangerously close to her exposed side. Valeria pivoted on her heel, pulling back just in time to avoid the thrust. The air seemed to hum with the closeness of the near miss, and her heart pounded against her ribcage. He's not just deflecting. He's positioning himself for the kill. There was no bloodthirst in his expression, no raw killing intent radiating from him, yet Valeria could see it in the way his blade moved, in the sharp precision of every strike. His movements were controlled, deliberate, like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. Each time she attacked, he reacted not to overpower her but to let her expose herself, ready to end the duel with one decisive blow. He's using my own strength against me. A broken bar. She swung again, a diagonal cut from above, aiming for his collarbone. Lucavian's estoc darted up, the tip meeting her blade at a shallow angle, sliding off effortlessly. He stepped inside her guard, his sword's tip grazing past her forearm, a ghost of a touch, reminding her how easily he could have drawn blood. Valeria's eyes widened, but she didn't hesitate. She rotated her grip, their hander sweeping low this time, aimed at his legs, trying to trip him. But Lucavian danced away, light on his feet, his estoc sweeping in a graceful arc that redirected her blade upward. How is he reading me so well? Each time their swords met, it was as if he saw her intent before she even moved. Her powerful strikes, meant to overwhelm, were effortlessly deflected. There was no room for mistakes, and yet a broken bar. She felt a thrill coursing through her veins. He's not using his full strength. He's playing with me. Her grip tightened, sweat beading along her brow as she shifted her stance again, her mind working to find a gap in his defenses. But Lucavian moved like a shadow, his estoc always just out of reach, always angled perfectly to parry or deflect her strikes. His movements had a deadly elegance, like his blade existed for no other purpose than to kill. It's not bloodlust, her broken bar, it's something else. He doesn't just fight her, he kills with every strike. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, but it also ignited something inside her, a fire, a desire to push herself further. Her strikes came faster now, less measured, more desperate. She aimed at his chest, then his thigh, then his shoulder, trying to break through his impeccable defense. But Lucavian didn't falter. His blade danced around hers, the tip of his estoc flashing like lightning as it intercepted her every move. And then, without warning, he struck. The angle was sharper. He sidestepped her downward strike, his estoc slipping through the gap in her defenses, aimed directly for her throat. Valeria's breath caught as she twisted her body at the last second, the blade grazing her skin, close enough to feel the cold steel, but not deep enough to draw blood. That would have been the end. For a heartbeat, everything stilled. Valeria's violet eyes locked with his, and for the first time, she saw it clearly, the precise intent behind his every movement. His blade wasn't just a weapon, it was an extension of his will, designed to kill with efficiency and grace. I've fought warriors before, but never someone like him. A broken bar. Lucavian's expression remained calm, though there was something in his eyes now, a flicker of acknowledgement. He wasn't taking her lightly, but there was a part of him that held back, as if he was testing her limits rather than seeking to end the duel outright. I can't win like this. I need to change the pace. Valeria exhaled, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. She reset her stance, her sword held lower now, closer to her body. Her mind raced with new tactics, but there was no time to dwell on them. Lucavian advanced, his estoc gleaming in the light. He came at her with a thrust, low and fast, aiming for her side. Valeria twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the strike, but before she could recover, his blade came again, a quick slash aimed at her wrist. She brought her hander up in time, but the force of his strike knocked her back a step. Lucavian pressed forward, his strikes relentless but precise, each one aimed with deadly intent. His estoc flicked out at angles that left her scrambling to keep up. A thrust aimed at the ribs, a cut aimed at her knee, each strike a calculated blow meant to disable or kill. He's too fast, a broken bar. But even as she thought that, something within her ignited. A stubborn resolve took root. She wasn't going to back down. She wasn't going to let him overwhelm her. Valeria's breath came quicker as she parried another strike, her arms burning with the effort. She swung wide, forcing him to step back, and in that split second, she saw it the opening. She didn't hesitate. Valeria surged forward, her hander coming down in a powerful overhead strike. Lucavian's estoc rose to meet it, the clash of steel ringing out through the clearing. For a moment, their blades locked, both of them pushing against each other, testing their strength. Valeria's eyes narrowed, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword as she pushed with all her might. But Lucavian's expression remained calm, his body unyielding. And then, with a sudden, graceful movement, he disengaged, his estoc slipping free and arcing around in a swift, deadly strike aimed at her exposed side. Valeria barely had time to react. She twisted her body, her hander coming up just in time to block the blow, but the force of it sent her stumbling back. Has a broken bar incredible? And that stumble back ended the fight, as the long blade of estoc reached her neck. Schlink. It is over. Valeria froze as the cold edge of Lucavian's estoc hovered just inches from her neck. The sharp steel glinted in the fading light, its presence undeniable. Neither of them was out of breath. They hadn't used mana, and both had fought with the precision of seasoned warriors. Yet, despite her skill and her best efforts, it was clearer she had lost. The chill of the blade lingered against her skin, a reminder of her defeat. She swallowed hard, her pride stinging as Lucavian's calm expression remained unchanged. With a measured motion, he withdrew his estoc, the blade sliding back into its sheath with a soft click. His smile deepened, but there was no smugness in it, only that same, unsettling calm. Valeria, her face flushed with a mixture of frustration and acknowledgement, straightened. "It's over," she murmured, her voice tinged with reluctant acceptance. She knew she had been bested. Her blade may have been flawless in technique, but it had not been enough. Lucavian offered no immediate response. As he took a step back, his posture relaxed, though his smile hadn't faltered. Valeria's irritation bubbled up, her lips pressing into a thin line. The way he smiled it grated on her nerves, even though she knew she had no one to blame but herself. She couldn't help it. "What are you smiling about?" she demanded, her tone sharper than intended. Her pride had already taken a blow, and the fact that he seemed so broken bar amused only made it worse. "What's so funny?" Lucavian's smile softened, but his gaze remained steady as he met her eyes. "Nothing in particular," he replied with an easy shrug. "I just enjoy a good duel, that's all." Valeria narrowed her eyes at him, still feeling the sting of her defeat. The way he said it, so casually, made it sound as if the duel had been nothing more than a passing amusement for him. It infuriated her, even though she knew deep down that her own misjudgment had led to this outcome. "Oh, really?" she said, while glaring at him. "Yep," he said with a smile. "Now, did our duel satisfy you?" Valeria's glare lingered for a moment longer, her pride warring with the undeniable reality of what had just transpired. She hated admitting it, but the truth was plain. She had been outmaneuvered at every turn. No matter how hard she pushed, Lucavian had met her with perfect precision, his every movement calculated to dismantle her attacks before she even had a chance to land them. Her lips tightened into a thin line, and despite her irritation, she slowly nodded her head. "Yes," she muttered, her voice laced with reluctant acceptance. It did. The memory of how easily he had deflected her strikes gnawed at her. She had been so sure of her technique, so confident in her ability to overwhelm him with the weight of her family's swordsmanship. But Lucavian had moved with a deadly grace she had rarely seen before. There was no flourish in his style, no wasted movement, just pure, lethal efficiency. As much as she hated to admit it, this man was talented with the sword. And even now, after the duel, she couldn't see a way she would win against him. Not in a pure sword fight, and certainly not if they fought with their full power. That black starlight mana of his broken bar, it was too strong, too otherworldly. It pulsed with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine just thinking about it. But beyond his strength, there was something else that bothered her. The way Lucavian fought, it wasn't just about skill or talent. His style, while graceful, carried a deadly intent that set him apart from the typical knights or warriors she had faced. His every swing was precise, sure, and above all, designed to kill. There was no hesitation, no holding back. He didn't fight for honor, glory, or even victory. He fought to end lives. It was that realization that gnawed at her, refusing to leave her mind. Who was this man, really? She straightened slightly, her violet eyes studying him carefully. Just who are you, really? She asked, her voice quieter now but filled with curiosity. The way you fight a broken bar, it's not like any knight I've ever seen. You don't fight for sport. You fight to kill. Lucavian's smile remained, but the faint shadow in his eyes hinted at something deeper, something he wasn't willing to share. Valeria's curiosity lingered, gnawing at her as she waited for him to elaborate. But instead, he took the conversation in a different direction, deflecting with a nonchalant shrug. Well, he said, the lightness returning to his voice, I'm just a commoner, after all. Hey, a broken bar, a commoner, huh? Valeria raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. There was no way someone with his level of skill, with that black starlight aura, was just an ordinary commoner. Lucavian chuckled softly, sensing her doubt. That's right, nothing more, nothing less. His tone was light, teasing, as if he enjoyed keeping her in the dark. Before Valeria could press further, Lucavian tilted his head, his gaze flicking to her sword, then back to her stance. His eyes held a knowing glint, as if he had been reading her the entire time. But you, he said, his voice slipping into a playful, yet insightful tone, every move you make, it's rigid but powerful, like it's been drilled into you thousands of times. There's precision, strength, but also a bit of restraint. Just like a noble should be. Valeria's eyes widened slightly at his words. It wasn't just what he said, it was how he said it, with that infuriating smile still playing on his lips, as if he had deciphered her entire fighting style in mere moments. And the worst part, he wasn't wrong. He took a step closer, his gaze dancing with amusement as he continued. You fight with the discipline of someone born into it. Every swing of your sword, every step you take here, it's practiced, honed, perfect on the surface. But, he paused, his smile widening, it's also a bit predictable, don't you think? Valeria bristled at the comment, her pride stinging. Predictable? She echoed, her tone sharpening. You're calling me predictable? Lucavian raised a hand, as if to calm the sudden edge in her voice. Now, don't get me wrong, he said with a grin. It's not a bad thing. You're strong. Very strong, actually. Butte a broken bar. He leaned in slightly, his eyes twinkling with a teasing light. There's a difference between fighting to showcase something and a real fight. Valeria's eyes narrowed, her temper rising. Enlighten me then, she said, her voice tinged with irritation. She crossed her arms, her posture rigid as she glared at Lucavian. What exactly makes the difference between fighting to showcase and a real fight? Lucavian's grin didn't waver. In fact, it only widened, as though he had been expecting her challenge. He leaned back slightly, his eyes still twinkling with that same teasing amusement. Well, for one, he began casually, you've never been in a life and death duel, have you? Valeria's brows shot up at the remark, her pride flaring up again. Of course, I have, she replied sharply. I'm a knight. I've fought in real battle as a life and death was part of the job. Lucavian chuckled softly, his expression unbothered by her irritation. Really? He asked, his tone light, but there was an underlying note of challenge. Because it didn't feel like it. The way he said it, the casual dismissal of her experience, made Valeria's blood boil. Her grip tightened around the hilt of her sword as she took a step forward, her violet eyes flashing with anger. You're saying I don't know what a real fight is? She demanded. Lucavian's grin remained, completely unfazed by her growing frustration. I'm just saying, he replied with a shrug, if you've really been in a life and death duel, you wouldn't fight the way you do. There's something different about how someone moves when everything's on the line. Valeria's teeth clenched as his words sank in. The teasing, the casual dismissal of her skills, it was infuriating. She felt a fire building inside her, a need to prove herself. Without thinking, she stepped forward, her hand gripping her sword tighter. Let's go again, then, she said, her voice heated. I'll show you what a real fight is. But before she could draw her blade, Lucavian raised a hand, stopping her in her tracks. Sorry, he said, his tone light but firm, that service is no longer available. Valeria blinked, caught off guard by his response. What? She asked, her anger momentarily stalled by confusion. Lucavian chuckled again, shaking his head. "We already had our duel," he said, casually tapping the hilt of his estoc. "Besides, I think I've had enough for one day." Valeria scowled, her frustration bubbling to the surface again. "You're just saying that because you're afraid I'll beat you this time." Lucavian's grin returned, more amused than ever. "Maybe," he said with a playful wink. "But I like to think I'm just being considerate. Wouldn't want to bruise your pride twice in one day." Valeria's face flushed with anger, but before she could retort, Lucavian turned on his heel and started walking away, leaving her standing there with her fists clenched, a mix of anger and reluctant respect swirling inside her. "Bastard, I am going to beat you next time." The humiliation she had suffered. She was not going to forget that. As I walked away, leaving Valeria standing there with her fists clenched and frustration boiling beneath her composed exterior, I couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement settle over me. I knew I'd gotten under her skin, and frankly, it had been more fun than I expected. I could already feel Vitaliara stirring on my shoulder, the familiar warmth of her presence returning after she had remained silent during the duel. "That girl a broken bar," she began, her voice cutting into my thoughts, laced with irritation. "She's insufferable, arrogant, uptight, and way too proud for her own good." I chuckled softly to myself as I continued walking, listening to her rant. Vitaliara had always had a sharp eye for people, and her assessment of Valeria was unsurprisingly blunt. "Did you see the way she carried herself? The whole world should bend to her because she's from a noble family. Ugh, people like that make me sick. And don't even get me started on the way she talked to you. Like she expected you to bow at her feet the moment she drew her sword." "She wasn't that bad," I said, smiling to myself. "Just a bit broken bar rigid." "Rigid?" Vitaliara scoffed, her tail flicking in annoyance. "She was practically made of stone. The way she talks, the way she fights, so it's like she's never been questioned a day in her life." "And that superiority complex of hers?" "Don't even get me started." "I don't think that is a superiority complex," I thought. Remembering what kind of person she was from the novel, I can see why Vitaliara thinks Valeria has a superiority complex. There have been many times when even Ilara thought the same thing. It was easy to see why someone would think that, especially with how Valeria carried herself as so rigid, so certain of her own position and the hierarchy that defined her world. "It's not because she feels superior," I explained, keeping my voice calm. "Then why does she act like that?" Vitaliara's annoyance was still palpable, her voice sharp with frustration. "Well," I began thoughtfully, "to keep it simple, it seems she's always been taught that a commoner must obey the words of a noble, and that a noble should lead the commoners and take responsibility for them. It's not superiority, it's duty. At least, that's what she believes." "Duty, huh?" Vitaliara let out an exasperated huff, clearly unimpressed. "Doesn't change the fact that she's annoying." I chuckled again. "You really don't like her, do you?" "Humphrey," was all the response I got, her tail flicking against my cheek as she turned her head away. I could practically feel her pouting, even if she didn't say anything outright. Shaking my head in amusement, I kept walking, letting the soft sounds of the city envelop us. The streets were quiet now, with fewer people out and about as the evening settled in. The air was cool, the breeze refreshing against my skin. For the first time in a while, I felt a strange sense of calm, a feeling that life, chaotic as it might be, was starting to return to its usual unpredictable flow. The duel with Valeria lingered in my mind, the memory of it vivid and sharp. She had been talented, that much was clear. Despite her rigid adherence to form and technique, she was no pushover. In fact, even though I had bested her, it hadn't been as easy as I'd expected. I hadn't let any lethal intent slip into my strike, so no hidden malice, no tricks meant to throw her off. It had been a straightforward, clean duel, but even then, she had responded to my movements with remarkable precision. Her reflexes were quick, her instincts sharp. She had been trained well, exceptionally well, and despite the clear physical disadvantage she had against me, she still managed to keep up, parrying most of my strikes and even countering when she saw an opening. That alone showed her raw talent. "She's impressive," I murmured to myself, the smile still playing on my lips. Impressive? Vitaliara echoed, incredulous. You call that impressive? She lost. She lost, I agreed, nodding slightly, but the way she fought was something else. She responded to almost every strike, even though I was holding back. Physically, she was at a disadvantage, but she didn't let that stop her. Her instincts were sharp. Vitaliara let out a soft hum, clearly not convinced. Still annoying, though. I get it, Humphrey, came the quick reply, her tail flicking again. But I guess that explains how the situation here was resolved. Even if I had not intervened, at some point, she would have come here if the bro had put the notice. This land would not be able to sustain the bandits any longer. Someone was needed to solve this problem, and it now became evident that who that person was. Valeria strode back towards the meeting point where her squad of knights awaited her. The tension from the duel still buzzed through her veins, though she did her best to mask her irritation with a calm, collected facade. The 6 knights, each dressed in the Olarian crest, stood in a loose formation near the outskirts of the town, their eyes immediately locking on to her as she approached. Lady Valeria. One of them, a tall man with a broad build named Aldrich, called out as she drew near. His tone was respectful but curious. Where were you? Did you meet with that Lucavian? The moment his name left Aldrich's mouth, Valeria's teeth clenched. Lucavian. Just hearing the name made the frustration bubble up again. She had been outmaneuvered, and the sting of that loss was still fresh in her mind. The last thing she wanted was to talk about it. Yes, I did, she replied curtly, her tone clipped and her expression tight as she avoided eye contact. But we won't speak of it. The knights exchanged glances, clearly sensing her foul mood but unsure of what exactly had happened. Aldrich opened his mouth to say something, but the sharpness in Valeria's gaze quickly silenced him. There was an unspoken command in her eyes. Don't push me on this. One of the younger knights, a wiry man named Tom, shifted awkwardly before daring to speak. So broken bar did he live up to the stories, my lady? Valeria shot him a glare that could cut through steel. Enough, she snapped, her voice colder than she intended. We've been traveling for days. We need rest. She straightened, her expression hardening into one of authority as she motioned towards the town's inn. We're heading there now. No more talk of this. The group fell silent at once, none of them daring to push further. They had all seen Valeria in foul moods before, but there was something different about this one. Whatever had happened between her and Lucavian, it had clearly gotten under her skin in a way few things ever did. Without another word, Valeria turned on her heel and led the way towards the inn, her frustration simmering just beneath the surface. The knights followed in silence, not daring to speak another word about the man who had clearly shaken their usually unflappable leader. The dawn was yet to break, the sky still a deep shade of indigo as the quiet town lay in the pre-dawn stillness. Valeria had already risen, her breath steady and controlled as she prepared herself for her morning routine. The discipline of her training had been engraved into her very bones since childhood, a habit she could never break, even on days like this when her mind was clouded with frustration. She slipped into her simple training gear, her mind sharp as she tied her boots. The rhythmic sound of the leather pulling tight helped steady her focus. This was how she always began her day, a run to clear her mind and center her thoughts before diving into the more grueling aspects of her training. It had never failed her before, and she needed it more than ever now, after the events of the previous day. Valeria opened the door to the room, the cool morning air greeting her as she stepped into the hallway. But just as she began to move forward, the door to the room directly across from hers creaked open, and out stepped someone she had no desire to see so early in the morning. Lucavian. Her heart skipped a beat, and not in the pleasant way. No, this was the kind of jolt that came from pure, unfiltered annoyance. Of all the people, she thought, gritting her teeth, as her eyes locked onto his figure. Lucavian, ever the insufferable presence, looked just as relaxed as he had the day before, as if nothing ever disturbed him. He glanced at her, his expression lighting up with that infuriatingly easy smile, like running into her was the most amusing thing in the world. Morning, he greeted casually, his voice carrying that same relaxed tone she had grown to despise. Valeria's jaw tightened as she forced herself to remain composed. Of course, it had to be him. She wasn't in the mood for pleasantries, let alone another verbal sparring session. But there he was, standing in front of her as if the gods themselves had decided to test her patience once more. "I see you're up early," Lucavian continued, his tone light. "Going for a run?" Valeria exhaled slowly through her nose, her irritation barely contained. "Yes," she said shortly, stepping past him without waiting for a reply. She didn't have time for his teasing, not today, not after how he had beaten her so easily the day before. But Lucavian didn't move. Instead, he turned slightly as she passed, watching her with that same amused look. "Mind if I join you?" Valeria stopped in her tracks, her shoulders tensing. She turned her head just enough to glance at him over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing. "You want to join me?" Lucavian shrugged, completely nonchalant. "Why not? We're both going to train anyway, and running alone is quite boring." Valeria's fists clenched at her sides. She had hoped for some peace, a moment to clear her mind, and now this infuriating man was trying to worm his way into that, too. The last thing she wanted was to spend more time with him, especially when the memory of her defeat still burned fresh in her mind. "No," she said firmly, her voice cold. "I prefer to run alone." "I see," he answered. Yet, just a minute later, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Why are you following me?" I had just stepped out of my room, the pre-dawn chill seeping into my skin as I stretched my arms overhead. The sky was still a deep indigo, the quiet of the early morning undisturbed, save for the soft creak of doors and the occasional whisper of wind through the empty streets. It was the perfect time for my usual morning run. No distractions, no crowds, just the stillness of the world and the steady rhythm of my feet hitting the ground. At least, that's what I thought until I saw her stepping out of her room across the hall. Valeria. Of course, it had to be her. The moment our eyes met, I couldn't help the small grin that tugged at my lips. She looked as composed as ever, dressed in simple training gear, her expression stern and focused, but there was a sharpness to her that I recognized all too well. Yesterday's duel was still fresh in her mind, and judging by the tightness in her posture, it wasn't a pleasant memory for her. "Morning," I greeted, keeping my tone light, almost casual. I could see the way her jaw tightened at the sound of my voice, which only made me smile a little wider. Annoying her had become an oddly enjoyable pastime. She didn't bother to reply at first, just gave me a curt nod and began moving down the hallway. Her steps were quick, deliberate, like she was trying to escape before I could say anything else. "I see you're up early," I continued, watching her with amusement. "Going for a run?" "Yes," she said shortly, not even glancing back as she brushed past me, clearly hoping to leave the conversation at that. Her voice was cold, clipped, and I could practically feel the frustration rolling off her in waves. But of course, I couldn't let her off that easily. "Mind if I join you?" I asked, matching her pace without hesitation. She stopped, her shoulders visibly tensing as she turned just enough to give me a withering glare over her shoulder. "You want to join me?" I shrugged, keeping my expression neutral, though I could feel the teasing glint in my eyes. "Why not? We're both up, both training." "Running alone can get pretty dull, don't you think?" Her fists clenched at her sides, and for a brief second, I thought she might actually tell me off. But instead, she just turned back around and started walking again, her steps faster this time. "No," she said firmly, her voice even colder than before. "I prefer to run alone." "I see," I replied easily, falling into step behind her. She might have wanted to run alone, but I had no intention of leaving her be. Not because I enjoyed tormenting her, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't find her reactions amusing, but because this just so happened to be the exact route I always took for my morning runs. What a coincidence. Well, it was not a coincidence, most likely, as this route just had the widest streets, which was also easier and more refreshing to run. A few minutes passed as we made our way through the quiet streets, the sound of our footsteps echoing softly against the cobblestones. She was trying to ignore me, that much was obvious, but I could tell by the way her shoulders twitched slightly that my presence was bothering her more than she'd cared to admit. And then, finally, After another few moments of tense silence, she snapped. "Why are you following me?" Valeria demanded, stopping abruptly and turning to face me, her violet eyes blazing with irritation. I paused as well, raising an eyebrow as I looked at her. "Following you?" I repeated, feigning innocence. "I'm just running." Her glare didn't waver. "We've been taking the same route for the past 10 minutes. "Well," I said, flashing her a playful grin, "this just happens to be my usual route. I always run this way in the mornings." "I'm not following you. You're just in my way." Valeria's eyes narrowed further, her annoyance clearly growing. "In your way?" she echoed, her tone sharp. I shrugged again, keeping my grin firmly in place. "What can I say?" "You're blocking my path. But if it makes you feel better, you're more than welcome to follow me." Her fists tightened at her sides, and for a moment, I thought she might actually take a swing at me. But instead, she just turned back around with a huff and resumed the run, this time picking up the pace, as if she could outrun me through sheer willpower. Naturally, I matched her speed, easily keeping up. It wasn't harder, she was fast, but I was faster. "So," I called out as I ran beside her, "what are we trying to accomplish this morning? Speed, endurance, or are we just working off that leftover frustration from yesterday?" She didn't respond, but the way her jaw tightened told me everything I needed to know. I stifled a laugh, knowing full well that my presence was driving her up the wall. "I'm guessing it's frustration," I continued, undeterred. "I get it, though. Yesterday was rough." She said through gritted teeth, "I swear, if you don't stop talking." "What?" I asked, my voice light and teasing. Valeria shot me a withering glare, her violet eyes narrowing with enough intensity to make anyone else back off. But not me. I kept running beside her, matching her pace with ease, my smile widening at her obvious irritation. She didn't say anything, though, just clenched her jaw tighter and focused on the road ahead, as if pretending I wasn't there would somehow make me disappear. Seeing her stubborn silence, I decided to change tactics. Maybe getting under her skin wasn't the most productive way to pass the time. "So," I said after a few more moments of running in silence, "what's your plan now?" Her eyes flicked toward me briefly, her expression suspicious. I could almost hear her asking herself why I cared, but she didn't voice it. She just kept running. I pressed on anyway. "Now that we're both here and the opportunity we came for has a broken bar, well, let's say vanished," I continued. "Do you have another plan?" That seemed to hit a nerve. Valeria's fists tightened again, but this time, it wasn't just from irritation. The question clearly struck deeper than I'd intended. She slowed her pace ever so slightly, just enough to let me know that I had her attention, even if she wasn't ready to answer yet. After a beat, she finally spoke, her voice sharp and defensive. "Why do you care?" "Does it concern you?" I shrugged, keeping my tone light. "Fair enough. It's not really my business. But since I'm the one who, a broken bar took that opportunity, I figured I might as well ask." "My conscience is feeling a little guilty." Her gaze shifted to me again, her expression unreadable. For a split second, I thought she might actually believe I was being sincere, but the moment passed quickly, and she huffed, shaking her head. "No," she said firmly, her voice colder than the morning air. "You don't have a conscience." "That is a little bit rude, don't you think?" "You are being rude, intruding on my space in the morning." "You make it sound like I am harassing you." Valeria stopped abruptly, her violet eyes blazing as she turned to face me, her expression tight with irritation. "Because you are," she snapped, her tone sharp as the morning chill. "You're following me, teasing me, and now pretending to care about my plans." "So yes, I'd call that harassment." I raised my hands in a mock display of surrender, a playful grin still tugging at my lips. Whoa. "I'm just making conversation," I said, keeping my voice calm and light. "No need to get so defensive." "Defensive?" she echoed, her tone incredulous. "You're invading my personal space." I took a step back, deliberately exaggerated, and gestured around. "Well, forgive me for running on the same public road. It's not like I'm following you on purpose." Her eyes narrowed. "Feels like it." "Really?" Valeria's eyes narrowed even further as she glared at me, her irritation practically radiating off her. "Yes," she said sharply, her voice cold. "It feels like it." I nodded, keeping my smile in place. "Well, if that's the case, I'll leave you to it." I took a step back, my tone still casual, though a hint of playfulness crept into my voice. "Wouldn't want to ruin your morning routine any more than I already have." Before she could respond, I suddenly sped up, darting ahead of her with a quick burst of speed. The wind whipped past me as I left her behind, my feet pounding rhythmically against the cobblestones. I didn't look back, but I could practically feel her stunned silence at my sudden retreat. Well, that was enough fun for the time being. While it was not bad talking to someone after a while, any more than that, I would really be crossing the line. I mean, at the very least, that is how I felt. "Don't glare at me like that, Humphrey." And there was also this cat here. She was really sulky. As Lucavian sped away, Valeria found herself standing in the quiet street, the early morning air cool against her flushed skin. She watched his retreating figure for a moment longer, her fists still clenched at her sides. His presence had been infuriating, and yet the words he had left behind lingered in her mind, gnawing at her. "What's your plan now?" she huffed, starting her run again, though the steady rhythm of her footsteps felt less purposeful than before. The questioner, though framed in his usual irritating, playful tone, had struck something deeper. What was her plan now? She had come here to prove herself, to challenge a dangerous bandit leader, and to make a name for herself before her upcoming entrance to the academy. But with Lucavian having already defeated Corvin, that chance had been taken from her. "What am I supposed to do now?" she thought, her pace slowing as the question weighed heavier on her mind. After all, both her team and her family were expecting quite a lot from her. Coming to this place had already cost her a significant amount of time. The journey from her family's mansion had taken nearly a week, and that was with minimal stops. Her squad and their horses had been pushed to the limit, and now the animals were exhausted, needing at least 3 full days of rest before they could make the return journey. Even then, the trip back would take just as long, meaning that by the time she returned home, nearly 3 weeks would have been wasted. And what did she have to show for it? Nothing. No victory, no recognition, no bandit leader's head to present as proof of her skill. Lucavian had robbed her of that chance, taking down Corvin before she even had the opportunity to face him. Now, all she had was the sting of defeat and the gnawing uncertainty of what came next. The frustration built inside her, making each step feel heavier, her breath coming in short, irritated bursts. 3 weeks, she thought bitterly. 3 weeks, and I've achieved nothing. It wasn't just about the lost time, though that was part of it. Her family had expectations, high expectations. She had been raised with the weight of her family's honor on her shoulders, drilled into her since childhood, and every action she took reflected on the Olarian name. And now, here she was, having spent weeks on a fruitless mission. She had nothing to show for it, and worse, she had allowed her pride to get the better of her. Valeria clenched her fists as she remembered the moment at the inn when she had revealed her identity. It had been a stupid move, one that she regretted almost immediately. She had planned to keep her name hidden, to operate quietly so that any success she achieved would speak for itself. The rumors about her would be much more genuine if people didn't know she was a noble until after she had proven her worth. But that bastard had gotten under her skin. His taunting, his smug smile, the way he spoke as if he had already figured her out, it had been too much. She'd let herself get agitated, and before she knew it, she had revealed her name in front of everyone at the inn. Valeria Olarian, daughter of House Olarian, she had said, as if throwing her title around would somehow restore the dignity she felt slipping away in that moment. It was impulsive, born out of frustration. And now, because of that slip-up, she would have to go and pay respects to the noble overseeing this town. It was expected, of course. She couldn't just waltz into someone else's territory, cause a scene, and leave without acknowledging the local authority. That was how politics worked. But the thought of it only added to her annoyance. I was supposed to keep my head low, not draw attention to myself like some fool. But thanks to Lucavian and her own pride, she had done exactly the opposite. Valeria's steps slowed to a near halt as she let out a long, frustrated breath. This entire trip felt like a failure. 3 weeks of time wasted. Yet, She hadn't thought she would get the opportunity this soon. Later that day, Valeria stood beside the mirror. She was dressed in formal attire, the crisp lines of her outfit perfectly tailored to reflect her station as a noble of the Olarian family. The Olarian crest, embroidered in gold on her chest, was a clear reminder of her rank far above that of mere baron. Her squad of knights accompanied her, though they maintained respectful distance as she walked through the halls of the baron's modest estate. It was a far cry from the grandeur of her own family's mansion, but it was well kept, with an air of quiet dignity. The doors to the receiving room opened, and Valeria stepped inside, her head held high as she prepared to meet the baron. She had expected a typical display of arrogance, the kind that lesser nobles often put on when meeting someone of her rank, but when she saw Baron Edris Windhall, her expectations were immediately dashed. Baron Windhall rose to greet her, his manner calm and unpretentious. He was a man of middle age, his face marked by lines that spoke of experience rather than vanity. His hair, streaked with silver, was neatly combed, but his attire, while formal, lacked the extravagant flair so often seen among the nobility. There was no gaudy jewelry, no excessive displays of wealth. Just a simple man of his station, doing his duty. "Lady Valeria Olarian," he said, his voice steady and respectful as he bowed deeply. "It is an honor to welcome you to Windhall. I trust your journey has been well?" Valeria inclined her head, returning his bow with a measured one of her own. "Baron Windhall, thank you for receiving me," she replied, her voice polite but formal. "The journey has been as expected." "I appreciate your hospitality." Baron Windhall straightened, offering her a small smile before gesturing toward the table where tea had already been prepared. "Please, join me." "I thought we could enjoy a local delicacy, puff pastries made with honey from our nearby apiary. I hope it will suit your taste." Valeria's gaze flicked to the simple tea set and the delicate pastries arranged on the table. It was a far cry from the opulent feasts served at her own home, but she found herself oddly relieved by the lack of pretension. It made the visit feel less like a chore. "Of course," she said, moving to take her seat opposite the baron. Her posture was immaculate, and every movement was precise and measured to befit her station. Her knights stood by the door, maintaining a respectful distance as they awaited further instructions. Baron Windhall poured the tea himself, a simple gesture that spoke volumes about his character. Most nobles would have servants handle such tasks, but here he was, personally attending to her. Valeria accepted the cup with a nod of thanks, taking a small sip before turning her attention back to the baron. "I must say," Baron Windhall began, his tone courteous, "it is quite rare for someone of your esteemed family to visit this region." Valeria nodded in acknowledgement of Baron Windhall's words, her expression carefully composed. "Indeed. I came here after being informed by the capital of the bandit threat in your territory. It was my intention to deal with the problem, as appointed by the crown." At her words, the baron stiffened, his face betraying a brief flicker of concern. It was a subtle shift, but Valeria caught it. He lowered his teacup gently onto the table, the porcelain clinking softly as he composed himself. "Aha, broken bar, I see," Baron Windhall said slowly, his voice carefully measured. "I must apologize for the miscommunication, Lady Olarian. The matter with the bandits was resolved more swiftly than expected. After our garrison and Sir Lucavian dealt with Corvin and his men, I immediately sent word to the capital to withdraw the decree. I had hoped to avoid any further inconvenience, but it seems the message may not have reached you in time." Valeria kept her expression neutral, though the memory of Lucavian's smug grin flashed in her mind, irritating her once again. Still, she maintained her polite facade, offering the baron a small, courteous smile. "It is not your fault, Baron Windhall," she said calmly. "These things happen. It was simply unfortunate timing on my part." The baron visibly relaxed at her response, the tension that had briefly clouded his features easing. He had clearly been on edge, worried that she might hold him personally accountable for the wasted time and effort. Valeria could sense his relief, though he remained careful in his demeanor. "Thank you for your understanding, Lady Olarian," Baron Windhall said, inclining his head respectfully. "I truly regret that your efforts have been in vain. Had I known someone of your standing would be involved, I would have ensured the situation was communicated more clearly. Valeria waved a hand gracefully, dismissing the need for further apologies. Think nothing of it. The important thing is that the threat has been dealt with, and your people are safe. Baron Windhall nodded gratefully, his shoulders loosening as the weight of the situation seemed to lift. Thank you for your understanding, Lady Olarian. Baron Windhall, now noticeably more at ease, offered Valeria a gracious smile. The tension that had initially hung in the air dissipated, and their conversation turned to lighter matters. They exchanged a few pleasantries, discussing the state of the region, the quality of the local harvest, and the Baron's ongoing efforts to ensure the prosperity of his lands. You have managed this barony well, Valeria remarked, her voice polite yet formal. It is no small task to keep order in such times. The Baron bowed his head humbly. Thank you, Lady Olarian. It is my duty, and I take great pride in the welfare of my people. However, I must say, your presence here has been a rare honor. If you would allow it, I would be more than happy to offer you and your retinue accommodations for the duration of your stay. It is the least I can do. Valeria shook her head slightly, her expression remaining cordial. I appreciate the offer, Baron Windhall, but my men and I have already made arrangements at the inn. We will not impose upon your household. The Baron nodded, understanding her decision but still eager to show hospitality. As you wish, Lady Olarian. Should you need anything during your stay, do not hesitate to call upon me. Valeria inclined her head in acknowledgement, appreciating his deference but eager to conclude the formalities. The conversation, while necessary, had run its course. She had more pressing matters on her mind, and lingering in pleasantries would not change that. What are your plans now, if I may ask? The Baron inquired, his tone respectful yet curious. Valeria paused for a moment, considering her response. I will remain here for a short while to allow my knights and horses to rest. After that, we will most likely return to the capital. Baron Windhall's eyes lit up with an idea, and he leaned forward slightly. In that case, may I offer a suggestion, Lady Olarian? I was recently informed that a martial tournament is being organized in the city of Andheim, hosted by Marquis Aldrich Venter. It is said to attract skilled warriors from all across the kingdom and beyond. Hearing that, her interest was piqued. In that case, may I offer a suggestion, Lady Olarian? I was recently informed that a martial tournament is being organized in the city of Andheim, hosted by Marquis Aldrich Venter. It is said to attract skilled warriors from all across the kingdom and beyond. Valeria's interest was piqued, though she maintained her composed demeanor. A martial tournament? Indeed, the Baron continued. It is set to take place in 2 weeks' time, and from what I understand, it promises to be quite the spectacle. Many of the finest knights and swordsmen will be in attendance, and it could present an excellent opportunity for someone of your talents to demonstrate their skill. The Baron's words hung in the air, and Valeria's thoughts began to swirl. A martial tournament, a broken bar. It was certainly tempting. Not only would it allow her to test her abilities against other skilled fighters, but it would also offer her the chance to restore some of the pride she had lost during this ill-fated journey. Competing on such a stage could provide the recognition she sought before her entrance to the academy. Andheim is not far from here, the Baron added, sensing her contemplation. You could easily reach it after a few days' rest. Valeria's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. And who is expected to attend this tournament? Many prominent figures, both from noble houses and renowned mercenary groups. Marquis Venter himself is a well-known patron of the martial arts, and he often invites the most skilled warriors to his tournaments. The event is sure to attract attention from many corners of the kingdom. Valeria considered the Baron's suggestion carefully. It was true that her original plan had fallen apart with Corvin's defeat, but the tournament in Andheim could be exactly the kind of opportunity she needed. If she performed well, it would not only showcase her abilities but also reflect favorably on her family. I will consider it, Valeria finally said, her tone decisive but non-committal. It could indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. The Baron smiled, clearly pleased. I think you would find it most rewarding, Lady Olarian. And should you decide to attend, I would be happy to provide any assistance you require. Valeria observed the Baron closely as he spoke. His suggestion, though presented as casual advice, was more than just fatu. It was a subtle attempt to offer her an alternative path after her failed mission. The Baron, while courteous, was undoubtedly aware of the significance of her journey, and by offering the tournament as an opportunity, he was giving her a graceful way to salvage her reputation without dwelling on the missed chance with Corvin. For that, she was quietly thankful. Baron Windhall's offer of assistance, too, was not lost on her. Though he was a lower-ranked noble, his words carried the weight of someone who understood the intricacies of noble politics. By providing her with this alternative, he was, in his own way, ensuring that the Olarian name wouldn't be tarnished by an ill-timed miscommunication. "I appreciate your suggestion," Valeria said, her voice softening just slightly. "And I see the wisdom in it." The Baron inclined his head, clearly relieved that she had taken his words in stride. "It is my duty to assist, Lady Olarian. And should you require anything for your journey or your stay in Antlim, I will ensure that my resources are at your disposal." Valeria offered a small, measured smile. "You have been most gracious, Baron Windhall. I will keep your offer in mind." They exchanged a few more pleasantries, their conversation light, touching on the state of the region and the upcoming harvest. But Valeria's mind was already set. She would stay a few more days to rest, as planned, and then make her way to Antlim. The tournament would be her chance to reclaim her standing. After a short while, Valeria rose from her seat, signaling the end of their meeting. "Thank you again for your hospitality, Baron," she said, her tone formal but sincere. "I will take my leave now." Baron Windhall stood and bowed deeply. "It has been an honor, Lady Olarian. Safe travels, and I hope to see you victorious in the tournament." With a final nod, Valeria turned and exited the mansion, her knights following behind her. As she stepped out into the fresh air, she felt a small measure of relief. Maybe a broken bar. The tournament might really help. The Baron had given her the out she needed, and now, with the tournament on the horizon, she had a new goal to focus on. While Valeria was meeting with the Baron, Lucavian walked to the smithy. A week had passed since his last visit, and during that time, he had felt the anticipation steadily building. He had done everything that was asked of him. Now, the promised time had come. His weapon, crafted from the scales of the abyssal wimmer, should be ready. He stopped in front of the smithy, its unassuming exterior hiding the power and precision being worked inside. The rhythmic clang of hammer against metal was absent this time, replaced by an almost eerie stillness. Lucavian hesitated for a brief moment before raising his hand and knocking on the door. His knuckles made a solid, echoing sound against the worn wood. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, the familiar creak of the door opening revealed Harlan standing there, wiping his hands on a rag, his face as unreadable as ever. "About time," Harlan muttered, stepping aside to let Lucavian in. "Figured you'd come sooner, considering how you've been pacing around town like a restless dog." Lucavian couldn't help but smirk at the comment but said nothing as he stepped inside. The familiar warmth of the forge wrapped around him as he took in the room, noticing that it was far more organized than it had been the last time he was here. The tools were neatly arranged, and the racks of old weapons seemed to have been cleared. Harlan motioned toward the back of the smithy, where something long and wrapped in a black cloth lay on a stone table. Lucavian's eyes immediately locked onto it, his pulse quickening. "Go on, lad," Harlan said, his tone gruff but carrying a hint of something more of pride. "Perhaps your blade's ready." Lucavian approached the table, his heart pounding with anticipation. With a steady hand, he pulled back the black cloth, revealing the weapon underneath. The blade was magnificent. Its length gleamed with a faint, ethereal glow, the edge as sharp as a predator's fang. The scales of the abyssal wimp were seamlessly integrated into the metal, giving the sword an otherworldly sheen. The blade itself was sleek, balanced perfectly between power and grace, its design radiating an aura of lethal elegance. Lucavian's hand hovered over the hilt for a moment, feeling the subtle pull of the weapon before he finally gripped it, lifting it from the table. The stock felt impossibly light in his hand, as though it was meant for him and him alone. Harlan crossed his arms, watching him closely. "It's not just a sword, lad. It's a beast. You'll feel its power the moment you swing it. It's ready for whatever hell you're planning to drag it into. But it won't forgive you if you wield it like a brute." Lucavian gripped the hilt of the blade tighter, the cold flame from his second core flickering to life in response to the weapon. There was an undeniable connection between the two, a resonance that stirred something deep within him. The abyssal whim scales weren't just another material, they were in tune with the energy he carried, amplifying the power that simmered just beneath his skin. "This blade," he whispered to himself, a quiet awe lacing his words. "It makes sense," Vitaliara's voice purred in his mind. "This is a weapon forged from the scales of a creature tied to the abyss. Its very nature resonates with your second core. The compatibility is far better than any ordinary sword you've wielded." Harlan's gravelly voice cut through the moment, bringing Lucavian back. "How's the blade, kid? Is it to your liking?" Lucavian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stepped back, bringing the sword up to eye level, feeling its weight, or rather, the lack of it. Despite the size and the intimidating presence of the blade, it felt as though it belonged in his hand, an extension of his very being. Without a word, he swung the blade in a wide arc. Swoosh! The air seemed to ripple with the motion, the sword slicing through it as though it were silk. Lucavian spun the blade in his hand, letting it dance with quick, sharp movements. Each swing, each flick of his wrist was smooth and effortless. The blade moved exactly as he willed it to, responding to his every thought, his every intention. It was as if it had been forged specifically for him, tailored to match his movements, his strength, and the energy of his core. A slow smile crept across Lucavian's face as he continued to test the weapon, slashing through the air with increasing speed. There was no awkwardness, no imbalance. The blade was perfect. "This is incredible," Lucavian finally said, his voice carrying a note of reverence. He swung again, feeling the subtle power radiating from the blade as it resonated with his core. The weight, the balance, the energy, it was flawless. Harlan, watching from a few paces away, grunted in approval. It should be. Took me a damn long time to get it right." There was a hint of pride in the old man's voice, but it was subdued, masked by his usual gruff tone. "Every piece, every line of that sword is tailored to you, lad. It's not just a blade, it's a weapon that'll grow with you." "I'd expect nothing less." Lucavian stopped mid-swing, looking at the blacksmith with newfound respect. He had always known Harlan was talented, one of the best, but this was something else entirely. The craftsmanship was beyond exceptional. It wasn't just about making a powerful weapon. Harlan had understood his style, his core, the path he was on, and had forged a blade that reflected all of that. Indeed, coming here for a weapon, a broken bar. It was the right choice. "You really are the greatest blacksmith I have seen," Lucavian said, his voice sincere. Harlan waved a hand dismissively, though Lucavian could tell the praise had landed. "Bar, you bastard, a broken bar. Just how many blacksmiths that you had seen in your life?" 3? "I thought so." Still, Lucavian couldn't hide his gratitude. This blade was a gift, but it was also a challenge. A reminder that while the sword was powerful, its true potential would only be unlocked through his own growth and mastery. "This is more than I could have asked for," Lucavian said, sheathing the sword with a satisfying click. "Thank you." Harlan huffed but didn't deny the gratitude. "Just don't go dying before you make good use of it, lad. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of good scales." Broken bar. "Do not worry, I won't." After all, he had quite a lot of plans for his upcoming blade. The morning sun had yet to rise when Valeria stirred from her sleep. "Sire, broken bar. It is a mess." A broken bar. Her mind, already active, seemed to have been awake long before her body, preoccupied with thoughts of what lay ahead. She had spent much of the night thinking about the tournament in Antlim, the opportunity it presented, and the pressure that came with it. This was no ordinary competition. This was her chance to reclaim her pride, to prove her worth as a knight, and to restore some dignity after her ill-fated trip. Valeria sat up, her violet eyes blinking against the dim light filtering through the curtains. Her thoughts were already on her training. As always, discipline was the foundation of her morning. No matter how much weighed on her mind, her routine never faltered. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, the cool floor meeting her bare feet, and moved with the efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times before. Every motion was deliberate. There was no time to waste. The pressure on her shoulders, the expectations of her family, and her personal need to excel were all driving forces that kept her moving forward. As she dressed in her training gear, her mind raced through the tasks for the day. The training today needed to be precise and focused. She couldn't afford to be distracted by the events of the previous days, and certainly not by the annoying presence of him. Valeria stepped out of the room. The air crisp in the early morning. She glanced across the hallway instinctively, half expecting to see Lucavian emerge from the room opposite hers, ready to provoke her as he had done the previous morning. But the hallway was empty, quiet. There was no infuriating grin waiting to greet her, no casual teasing to throw her off balance. A small sense of relief washed over her. That is how it is supposed to be, she thought, her lips twitching into the faintest hint of a smile. Peace and quiet. As Valeria began her morning run, the steady rhythm of her feet against the cobblestones provided a much-needed distraction from the swirling thoughts in her mind. The air was cool, each breath filling her lungs with the crispness of dawn, but despite the physical clarity, her mind remained occupied. The tournament. The opportunity it presented was undeniable. Marquis Venter's martial tournament would attract skilled fighters from across the kingdom, and winning her or even performing well could elevate her name and reputation. She would have the chance to prove her abilities on a public stage, something she sorely needed after the debacle with Corvin. It would be the perfect opportunity to salvage her trip, to return to her family with some form of victory. But there were risks. Valeria's pace quickened as her thoughts deepened. The tournament wasn't just a showcase, it was a battlefield of its own. Skilled knights, mercenaries, and fighters of all kinds would be competing. Any slip, any weakness, could result in injury or worse. And then there was the matter of her family. What would they think? Her father, in particular, might see this as reckless, a distraction from the path laid out for her. And it wasn't just about her. She wasn't traveling alone. The 6 knights who accompanied her were a force in their own right, each skilled, loyal, and representing the Olarian name. Each of them had been chosen for this mission because of their loyalty and skill, all representing the honor and prestige of House Olarian. They were her protectors, tasked with ensuring her safety as the heir to the family. But the more she thought about the upcoming tournament in Antlim, the more she realized that taking them along might not be necessary and could even complicate things. I know they're here to protect me, but that place must be safe at least, she reasoned. Marquis Venter's tournament would be a high-profile event, drawing attention from nobles, skilled fighters, and the upper echelon of society. The Marquis himself would ensure the safety of the participants, both for the sake of the competition's prestige and the nobility in attendance. In that kind of environment, her knights might not be as essential as they would in more dangerous or unknown territory. It's not just about protection, she mused. It's about my own image, my independence. The more Valeria considered it, the clearer it became. Her knights had been with her every step of the way, shielding her from danger as was their duty. But this tournament, this was different. It wasn't about life-threatening battles or covert missions. It was about skill, honor, and reputation. If she took her knights along, it could seem as though she was relying too heavily on her family's protection. Worse, it might give the impression that she wasn't capable of handling herself on her own. That thought stung her pride. Valeria had worked too hard, trained too long, to be seen as simply the heir of a noble house who couldn't stand on her own in battle. She needed to prove herself, not just to her family but to the wider world. And this tournament could be the perfect opportunity. I may deal with this on my own, she decided, her pace slowing as the thought solidified in her mind. The Marquis will have accommodations prepared for the fighters, and I'll be able to handle myself without the need for my knights to hover over me. The more she thought about it, the more the idea made sense. Her knights were valuable, of course, and there would always be a time when their protection was necessary. But not here, not at this tournament. This was her chance to shine, to prove that she didn't need to lean on her family's name or their resources to succeed. She could already imagine the look on her father's face when she returned home, victorious and independent, having faced a challenge on her own terms. The thought spurred her forward, her steps regaining their purpose. "I'll leave the knights here," Valeria concluded. "Andlime is my challenge to face alone." But as Valeria continued the run, her mind thought of something else. The idea of going to Andlime alone appealed to her fiercely, but the question of how lingered like a heavy weight. How could she convince her knights to let her go without them? More importantly, how could she oppose the explicit orders from her family that required them to stay by her side? She knew the knights well. Each of them was steadfast, loyal to a fault, and deeply committed to their duty or protecting her. They had been handpicked by her father for this very reason. They weren't just soldiers, they were guardians of the Olarian legacy. And while they respected her authority as the heir, Valeria understood that when it came to her safety, they were ultimately beholden to her father's orders. If she simply told them she wanted to attend the tournament alone, they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't disobey her, but they wouldn't leave her side either. They would insist on following her, believing it their duty to protect Hera even if it wasn't necessary. What excuse could I possibly give them? She wondered, her pace slowing slightly as the weight of the dilemma pressed on her. She couldn't lie to them, not directly. They would see through any weak reasoning, especially if it involved her safety. And even if she were to insist that she wanted to face the tournament alone, they would argue that the competition could be just as dangerous as any battlefield. No, they wouldn't leave her side willingly. Maybe if I framed it as a political move, she thought. But even that felt flimsy. What political maneuver could justify leaving behind her protectors? She was stuck, trapped between her desire for independence and the rigid duty that bound her knights to her. Valeria's fists clenched as the frustration gnawed at her. It wasn't just about proving herself anymore. This was about more than just one tournament. This was about her ability to take control of her own life, her own destiny. She didn't want to be the sheltered heir who could only succeed with a retinue of knights at her back. She wanted to show her strength, to carve her own path, without the constant reminder that her family's name was what protected her. Valeria's feet pounded rhythmically against the ground as her mind churned through the same questions over and over again. No solution seemed to present itself, and the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She had finished the run, but the tension in her chest remained, tightening with each passing moment. Her training, which usually cleared her mind, had done little to help today. She wiped the sweat from her brow as she neared the inn, her pace slowing. She was no closer to finding a way to handle the situation with her knights, and that feeling of helplessness was gnawing at her. Maybe I'll figure it out after a bath, she thought, letting out a long breath. As she approached the entrance of the inn, just as she was about to enter, her sharp senses picked up the sound of voices inside, faint but clear. One of the voices immediately caught her attention, causing her to pause mid-step. That infuriating voice, Lucavian. Valeria hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the door handle as she strained to hear the conversation. His voice carried that same casual, easygoing tone that had irritated her endlessly. "I'm really leaving," Lucavian was saying, his voice light. "You're leaving so soon?" The innkeeper's voice, warm and motherly, reached her ears next. "But you've only been here a short while." "Are you sure?" Valeria pressed herself against the wall just outside the inn, listening intently. Lucavian's reply was smooth, almost amused. "Yeah, I've been freeloading for long enough, don't you think? I came here for a reason, and that reason's dealt with. I can't stay here forever." "But you're always welcome here, you know that," the innkeeper insisted. "You helped this town a lot, and you're like family to us now." A broken bar. Familiar. Broken bar. It is not a word to be used lightly. Lucavian chuckled, and Valeria could practically see his infuriating smile in her mind. "Well, a broken bar. That's kind of you to say, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. Besides, there's nothing left for me to do here. I'm moving on." "Well, a broken bar. That's kind of you to say, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. Besides, there's nothing left for me to do here. I'm moving on." Valeria's eyes narrowed as she listened. So he was leaving the city. That meant he was done with whatever business had brought him here in the first place. Here, most likely the bandit problem. He had come and dealt with the bandit leader Corvin, and now he was free to go wherever he pleased. Sadly, she was not that free. Valeria pushed the door to the inn open, the heavy wood creaking slightly as she stepped inside. She had no desire to listen to any more of Lucavian's carefree banter, and the reminder that he was free to leave while she remained stuck in this situation only soured her mood further. The weight of her responsibilities pressed down on her, making her feel as if she was dragging her feet. As she entered, her eyes instinctively scanned the room, and sure enough, there he was, a Lucavian, standing near the innkeeper, dressed in casual clothes. He looked completely at ease, as if he had no care in the world. The sight made her jaw tighten, her mood darkening further. How could he be so carefree when she was tangled in a mess of expectations and decisions? Before she could retreat to the room, hoping to avoid any conversation with him, Lucavian's gaze caught hers. And then, much to her annoyance, he greeted her. "Well, if it isn't Lady Valeria," he said, a grin spreading across his face. "You're up early again." "Training, I assume?" His tone was casual, almost teasing, but she could see the sharpness behind his words. He always had a way of making everything sound like a joke, as if nothing truly mattered. And that greener, oh, how it grated on her nerves. "Lucavian," she acknowledged curtly, her voice devoid of the usual pleasantries. "I see you're still here." Her eyes flicked to the bag slung over his shoulder, clearly packed and ready for his departure. "Not for much longer," he replied with a shrug. "I'm leaving today, as you've probably heard." His eyes twinkled with amusement as if he knew she had overheard his conversation with the innkeeper. "My work here is done." Valeria forced a thin smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Must be nice," she said, the words more bitter than she intended. She quickly added, "to be free of obligations." Lucavian raised an eyebrow, clearly catching the tone of her voice. He looked as if pondering on something, and then his expression shifted instantly, his mischievous grin spreading across his face as he leaned slightly toward her, eyes twinkling with amusement. "Oh, something's bothering our dear Lady Valeria?" he asked, his tone playfully conspiratorial. "Ho ho. Now this I must hear." Valeria's eyes narrowed dangerously, her irritation spiking as she crossed her arms, glaring at him. "It's nothing that concerns you," she said, her voice clipped and cold. She had no desire to share her thoughts with the smug man, and the last thing she needed was for him to poke fun at her current situation. But Lucavian, of course, was far from deterred. "Oh, I see," he said, tapping his chin thoughtfully as if he hadn't heard her. "A noblewoman, weighed down by responsibilities. Must be quite the burden, huh?" His teasing voice was laced with false sympathy, the playful glint in his eyes only growing stronger. "Let me guess, a family obligations, a pesky political engagement, or maybe a broken bar?" His voice dropped to a low, dramatic whisper. "A secret lover's quarrel?" Valeria's glare intensified, her cheeks flushing slightly, though not from embarrassment. "You are insufferable," she snapped, taking a step closer to him. "And no, it's none of those ridiculous things you're imagining." Lucavian only grinned wider, clearly enjoying how easily he could get under her skin. "Oh, but now I'm curious," he said, his tone light and teasing as ever. What could possibly be bothering Lady Valeria so much that she'd let it slip in conversation? He tilted his head, studying her with exaggerated intrigue. "Don't tell me it's something serious, like you're stuck here with no way out?" Valeria's jaw tightened. She hated how perceptive he could be, even when he was teasing. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with," she repeated, though her voice lacked the sharpness it had before. Lucavian raised an eyebrow, catching the shift in her tone. "Ah, so there is something, then," he said with a sly smirk. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But I'm starting to think you're a little broken bar stuck." Valeria exhaled sharply, her frustration boiling over as she finally spoke, her words coming out in a rush. "I'm not stuck, it's just." As she paused, realizing she was on the verge of revealing more than she intended, but Lucavian's infuriating grin was all the encouragement she needed to continue. "Fine, I have decisions to make, all right? And I'm not interested in your opinion about it." Lucavian feigned surprise, placing a hand dramatically over his heart. "Decisions? Well, I'm shocked. Someone as capable as you, struggling with a dilemma?" "Surely not." Valeria's glare could have cut through steel. "If you're finished with your games, I'll be on my way." But Lucavian didn't budge, his gaze still fixed on her, the the teasing smile never leaving his face. "Oh, come on," he said, leaning against the wall casually. "You've already said it out loud. It must be something big if it's bothering you this much." Valeria clenched her fists, her temper flaring. She had been so careful to keep her thoughts private. But somehow, this infuriating man had managed to pry the truth out of her, even if only a little. "Fine," she snapped. "Since you're so curious, what would you do if you were supposed to face a challenge alone, but you had a group of people who wouldn't leave you no matter what you said?" Lucavian's expression shifted, his playful demeanor softening as he regarded her with a hint of surprise. "That's it?" he asked, his voice now laced with genuine bewilderment. He blinked at her as though expecting something much more dramatic. Valeria's irritation flared up instantly. "Yes, that's what it is," she snapped, her eyes narrowing. "What, did you think it would be something else?" She could feel her patience slipping, especially with that look on his face. It was as if he was mocking her all over again. For a second, Lucavian just stood there, staring at her. Then, without warning, he burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the quiet inn. It wasn't a polite chuckle or a teasing giggly, it was a full-blown, hearty laugh that made him double over, clutching his stomach. Valeria's face turned red with anger, her fists clenching tighter. "What's so funny?" she demanded, her voice sharp, but that only made him laugh harder. Oh, this is hilarious," Lucavian managed between laughs, wiping a tear from his eye. "You're really stressing over something like that?" He let out another chuckle, shaking his head. "I was expecting some grand political scheme or a life-or-death dilemma. But this is rich." Valeria's blood boiled. "And just what is so hilarious about it?" she said through gritted teeth, her voice low and dangerous. Lucavian finally caught his breath, straightening up and grinning at her. "It's just here I was thinking the great Lady Valeria Olarian had some impossible riddle to solve. And it turns out you're just unable to see through such a simple thing." Valeria's eyes narrowed dangerously as she shot back. "Simple, you say? Then tell me, how would you deal with it?" Lucavian stopped laughing, the amusement in his eyes fading slightly as he straightened up, his expression now serious. "Isn't it obvious? I'd just leave on my own." The casualness with which he said it, as though it was the easiest thing in the world, made Valeria's blood boil even more. She stepped forward, her fists clenched at her sides. "Leave on your own? Just like that? And what about the people you leave behind? Don't you care about them at all?" Lucavian tilted his head slightly as if genuinely puzzled by her outburst. However, there was something faint in his eyes, something that did not quite match his demeanor. "Care about them? If they knew me well, they'd understand my reasons. Surely, if they're loyal, they respect my decision, right? If they don't understand, then either they don't really know me, or they don't care about what I want. Either way, it leads to the same conclusion." Valeria blinked, momentarily taken aback by his response. The sheer simplicity of his logic left her momentarily speechless. She had expected him to say something infuriatingly smug, but Thesa broken bar this was different. He wasn't mocking her, not this time. He was genuinely laying out his philosophy, one that was far removed from her own sense of duty and obligation. "And what if they don't understand?" she asked, her voice quiet now, though still laced with tension. "What if they feel betrayed?" "If they were to feel betrayed over such a small thing and you were to care about it all times, wouldn't that mean they are controlling you in some sort of way?" Theta broken bar. It was weirdly hard to refute. Lucavian shrugged nonchalantly. "If they feel betrayed, then that's on them. I can't live my life constantly worrying about how others feel. I have my own path and my own goals. If people truly care about me, they'll respect that. If not, well, they were never really loyal to begin with." Valeria stared at him, the weight of his words sinking in. His perspective was completely foreign to her, a stark contrast to the world she had been raised in, where loyalty, duty, and family were everything. To just walk away, to make decisions solely for herself without considering the consequences for others, it was unthinkable. "You really believe that?" she asked, her voice quiet now, more curious than accusatory. Lucavian met her gaze, his expression steady. "Either you believe this, or you will be forced to in the end. Forced. Aha, broken bar. Forget I said that. He made a slip. For a brief moment, when Lucavian uttered the words forced to, his expression shifted, and something dark flickered in his eyes. It was a rare, almost unguarded moment that made Valeria pause. The cool, nonchalant air that usually surrounded him faltered just for a second. It was unsettling. But as quickly as it had appeared, the moment was gone. Lucavian's trademark grin returned as if nothing had happened. He brushed off her questioning look with a light wave of his hand. Forget I said that, he repeated, his voice returning to its usual playful tone, though something about it seemed forced now. Valeria narrowed her eyes, sensing that there was more to those words than he let on, but before she could press further, he continued. Look, he said, leaning back against the wall again, his casual demeanor slipping back into place. Those who really care about you, who know you well, they'll trust your actions. They'll believe in the kind of person you are. If you have faith in them, just trust that they'll understand in the end. He smiled, though this time, there was a softness to it that hadn't been there before. And if they don't? Lucavian paused for a moment, the silence stretching between them. It wasn't like his usual playful pauses, where he seemed to be on the verge of teasing or saying something clever. No, this was different. His smile faded just a fraction, his expression thoughtful, almost distant, as if her question had touched on something deeper, something he wasn't sure he wanted to share. For a fleeting moment, Valeria thought she saw a glimpse of something more, a something heavy behind his eyes. But then, just as quickly, the mask returned. His grin softened, though it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. Let's hope such a thing never happens, he said, his voice quieter, almost resigned. It was a strange answer, lacking the bravado he usually carried with him. And then, before she could press further, he turned away, his steps slow and deliberate as he began to leave. As he moved down the hallway, he stopped just before reaching the door, glancing over his shoulder one last time. His eyes met hers, and this time, his smile wasn't teasing but knowing, almost as if he was offering her a piece of advice, though Valeria couldn't tell if it was meant for her or for himself. Sometimes, he said, his voice low but clear, bending the rules for the path you believe in isn't wrong. With that, he walked out of the inn, leaving Valeria standing in the hallway, his words echoing in her mind. Bending the rule is a broken bar for the path you believe in. She remained still for a moment, her thoughts swirling around that final statement. Valeria stood in the hallway, the quietness of the inn pressing in around her, but her mind was anything but silent. Lucavian's words echoed relentlessly, a bending the rules for the path you believe in isn't wrong. She had never thought in those terms before. Her entire life, she had been taught that rules were the foundation of society. The Olarian family, a family of knights, was built on principles of discipline, honor, and duty. Abiding by the rules was what separated a knight from a common fighter. She had been told time and time again that without rules, without structure, there would be chaos. And for someone in her position, the stakes were even higher. She wasn't just a knight, she was the heir to a noble house. Her actions reflected on her family, and every decision she made had consequences. But what if the rules were the problem? The thought startled her. If she adhered strictly to the rules, she would take her knights to the tournament. They would accompany her, guarding her every step, ensuring her safety. And yet, wasn't that the very thing that was holding her back? How could she prove herself? How could she become the knight she was meant to be if she always had a safety net? The more she thought about it, the more she realized that Lucavian's point, though unconventional, wasn't entirely wrong. Following the rules had kept her on the path her family expected, but it also left her in this frustrating position. Her hands were tied by her duty, her actions dictated by what was expected of her. But if I were to bend the rulers at just this once? The idea was intoxicating. To face the challenge alone, without her knights, without the safety net of her family name. To prove that she was more than just the heir of House Olarian. She would be free to make her own decisions, to fight on her terms. Yet, the other side of her training, the rigid, disciplined side, fought back. If she defied her father's orders, even in something as small as leaving her knights behind, she would be going against everything she had been taught. Wouldn't that be a betrayal of her family's trust? But at the same time, She was trapped. The rules she had always followed, the very principles that were supposed to guide her, has become a cage. She could see no other way out of her dilemma unless she made a choice. Either she followed the rules, took her knights, and played the part of the dutiful daughter, or she defied those rules, left them behind, and took her own path, even if it meant bending her father's orders. Her breath came a little quicker, the weight of the decision settling heavily on her shoulders. What kind of knight do I want to be? The question gnawed at her. Would she continue being the knight her family had molded, or would she take this chance to be something more, something of her own making? Valeria closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, trying to calm the storm raging inside her. At the end of it all, she knew one thing with certainty: a decision had to be made. Whether it was by the rules or against them, she couldn't remain paralyzed by indecision. The tournament at Andlime was her opportunity, and she would have to choose how to face it. Follow the rules and stay protected, or bend them and take the risk. Just as Valeria's thoughts began to swirl, her focus narrowing on the weight of the decision she faced, a familiar voice pulled her back to reality. "Lady Valeria, did you finish your morning training?" It was Sir Elvin, one of her most trusted knights. His presence was always steady, reliably a rock amid whatever chaos surrounded her. He stood a few paces away, his posture as respectful as ever, though his eyes carried a hint of concern. He had always been perceptive when it came to her moods. Valeria blinked, pushing away the lingering thoughts of her dilemma. She had been so lost in her mind that she hadn't even heard him approach. Forcing herself to appear composed, she turned to face him. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady but curt. "Just finished." Elvin nodded, though his eyes seemed to linger on her a bit longer than usual. It was as if he sensed that something was troubling her, but he didn't press. He never did unless necessary. "You were up early, my lady," he remarked, his tone casual but polite. "I assume you've had time to reflect on our next course of action?" Valeria's jaw tightened ever so slightly. Reflect? That was an understatement. She had been doing nothing but reflecting since yesterday. She glanced at Elvin, his unwavering loyalty clear in every gesture. The knight would follow her anywhere, no questions asked, but that was part of the problem. Would he understand if she left him and the others behind? Her mind raced for a moment, but she quickly reined it in. This wasn't the time for hesitation. She had to maintain control of the situation, even if the answer wasn't yet fully clear to her. "I've been thinking," she began, careful with her words. "We'll stay here for a few more days, as planned, to rest. After that, we'll decide our next move." She kept her tone neutral, non-committal. She needed more time to figure out how she would navigate this decision. Elvin nodded, his expression calm. "Understood, Lady Valeria. The men will be ready for whatever you decide." Valeria gave a small nod of acknowledgement, though her thoughts were still far from settled. As Elvin turned to leave, she found herself clenching her fists again, the weight of the choice looming larger than ever. Would they understand? That was the question that wouldn't leave her alone. Elvin paused for a moment as if sensing her inner turmoil. "If there's anything troubling you, my lady," he said softly, "you know you can always confide in us." Valeria's heart clenched for a moment, but she forced a smile, though it felt hollow. "Thank you, Elvin. I'll keep that in mind." As the knight bowed and took his leave, Valeria stood there in the quiet hallway, feeling as if she were once again standing at the edge of a precipice. Yet little by little, something slowly started spreading in her heart. A seed of change on her worldview, something that would normally bother her in the future countless times. That stone-like Valeria Olarian. She slowly started changing. I led the horse out of the stable, its coat gleaming in the morning sun. The coper had tried every trick in the book to raise the price, spouting off about lineage, strength, and stamina, but I had no patience for his games. In the end, I left him with a purse lighter than I would have liked, but a horse was necessary. I wouldn't be walking the rest of the way. Vitaliara stretched lazily on my shoulder, her white tail flicking with mild interest. "You sure know how to handle those types." The look on his face when you cut the price in half are priceless. I didn't respond immediately, focusing on checking the saddle one more time. The horse was sturdy, at least, and it would get me where I needed to go. I mounted the horse, adjusting my cloak as I prepared to leave Rackenshaw behind. The town had served its purpose, and there was nothing more for me here. The sword created by Harlan rested securely in its sheath at my side. I could still feel the weight of it, an unfamiliar yet welcome presence. "Now that you've got your shiny new sword, what exactly are you planning to do with it?" Vitaliara's voice cut through the quiet, her curiosity barely masked. I smirked. "I'm going to eat a fish." Foosh. Heavy rain continued to fall down, drenching the lands. Tap, tap, tap. Under the relentless downpour, a small figure trudged forward, their steps barely audible against the pounding rain. The person's body, slight and delicate, appeared almost childlike in stature. Their hood, soaked through and heavy with water, clung to their head, offering little protection now. Droplets streamed down their face, tracing invisible lines beneath the fabric. The figure's movements were slow and purposeful, each step a fight against the weight of the storm. The road ahead was blurred by the rain, a muddled pathway of glistening puddles and slick mud. Despite the harshness of the weather, the figure pressed on, determined, as if the storm was merely an inconvenience. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the surroundings for a brief moment. In that fleeting light, the figure's small frame became clear, but their face remained obscured, hidden beneath the shadow of the drenched hood. Their hands, pale and fragile, clutched something close to their chest, wrapped in cloth to keep it dry. Foosh. Heavy rain continued to fall. Tap, tap, tap. The small figure moved forward with the same unwavering determination. Suddenly, a voice cut through the sound of the storm, sharp and commanding. "What are you waiting for? Move." The figure halted briefly but didn't turn to face the voice. Their head remained lowered, rainwater trickling down their hood and into their soaked clothes. The voice belonged to a man, stern and impatient. His figure loomed behind them, tall and broad, a shadow in the rain. "You are going to complete the training." His tone was heavy with authority, though there was a strange coldness underneath. "Look, your sister has already finished it." The words hung in the air, laden with expectation. The figure's small body stiffened at the mention of their sister. They didn't respond immediately but shifted their grip on the bundle in their arms, clutching it tighter. The man's gaze sharpened as he took a step forward, his eyes narrowing. "Don't disappoint me," he added, his voice low, almost a growl. His piercing eyes then flicked away from the child and, strangely, met her eyes. "Tsk." A sharp click of the tongue broke the silence within the carriage. The girl with long, clear black hair cascading down to her waist stared out of the window, watching as the rain flowed in rivulets down the glass. The heavy downpour mirrored the memory that had resurfaced in her mind, unwelcome and unpleasant. "What an unpleasant memory again," she muttered softly to herself, her voice carrying a hint of bitterness. Beside her, the maid, who had been sitting quietly until now, sensed the shift in her mood. Her gaze turned towards her lady, concern evident in her eyes. "My lady," the maid asked gently, her voice careful not to intrude too much, "did something happen?" The girl didn't respond immediately. Her dark eyes remained fixed on the rainy landscape outside, her fingers idly brushing the folds of her dress. The rhythmic sound of the rain against the carriage roof filled the air, but inside, the tension was palpable. After a moment, the girl finally turned her gaze towards her maid, her expression cold yet with a subtle undercurrent of something deeper, perhaps anger, perhaps pain. "It's nothing," she replied. "Just remembered some unpleasant memories." The girl turned her attention back to the windows, her eyes tracing the lines of rain streaming down the glass. The sound of the carriage wheels splashing through puddles filled the silence for a moment. The maid, sensing the conversation wasn't quite over, kept her tone soft and reassuring. "It won't take much longer to reach Rackenshaw, my lady," she said, her eyes filled with quiet concern. She glanced at her young mistress, gauging her reaction before continuing. "Buta Broken Bar, are you certain about this?" "It may just be a coincidence." The girl's fingers stilled on the folds of her dress, her jaw tightening slightly. Her eyes remained on the rainy landscape, though her mind was clearly elsewhere. After a pause, she slowly shook her head, a quiet but resolute gesture. "There is no way it's a coincidence," she replied, her voice calm but filled with certainty. "That name, a Broken Bar, it's unique." Her words lingered in the air, heavy with significance. The maid nodded, though the concern in her eyes deepened. She knew better than to push further. Whatever lay ahead for her lady, it wasn't something to be taken lightly. The disgrace who put a stain on the name of our family. Do you think you can escape? The girl muttered, her voice low but laced with a dangerous edge. As the words left her lips, a faint yellow glow began to pulse around her, flickering with intensity. The mana emanating from her body seemed to charge the very air, and the temperature inside the carriage rose steadily. Her maid's eyes widened though she remained composed, accustomed to her lady's abilities. The girl's eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting her age and determination. Small flames flickered along the hem of her clothes, dancing across her sleeves, though they did not burn the fabric. The air crackled with heat as the mana swirled around her, growing more intense with each passing second. This wasn't something just anyone could do. The ability to materialize one's intent into the physical world required immense control and power, a skill only a 4-star awakened could possess. The flames were an extension of her will, a manifestation of the seething emotions that churned beneath her composed exterior. The maid, though concerned, did not move. She knew her lady's strength and understood that pushing her now would only stoke the flames further. "My lady, a broken bar please." "Calm yourself," the maid whispered softly, her voice steady yet respectful. "The time will come soon enough." The girl exhaled sharply, her gaze still fixed on the outside, the flames dimming as she brought her emotions under control. The yellow glow slowly faded, and the oppressive heat in the carriage eased, leaving only a faint warmth lingering in the air. "It's not about patience," the girl said, her voice returning to its usual cold tone. "It's about restoring the lost honor of our family. As for how that happened, one must go on half a year back." The heavy oak door slammed shut with a resounding thud, cutting off the echo of hurried footsteps. Inside the dimly lit room, a tall, stern man stood near the window, his cold, hard face illuminated by the flickering candlelight. His sharp, steel-gray eyes bored into the parchment in his hands, the ink smudged from where his grip tightened in fury. His jaw clenched, the silence thickened around him as the fire crackled in the hearth, unable to dispel the biting chill of his presence. His broad shoulders, clad in a crisp military coat, rose and fell with restrained fury, the veins in his neck pulsing with barely contained rage. Suddenly, the quiet shattered. He had deserted his post and escaped. The man's hand trembled as he read the words again, his fingers tightening around the parchment as though he could strangle the very letters off the page. His cold, steel-gray eyes flared with a fierce, murderous light as the insult sunk deeper into his veins. "Escaped? That wretched bastard dared to escape." His voice rose into a snarl, the sound low and venomous, each word dripping with disgust. His broad shoulders squared, his military coat shifting with the rigid tension in his body. The Thorn family name, his name, stained by this worthless cur. The disgrace already hanging over their legacy like a festering wound was now deepened beyond repair. "First, he dishonors us by assaulting the Duke's daughter, and now he flees from the battlefield like a coward." His voice erupted, the room seeming to shrink under the weight of his wrath. He slammed the letter onto the desk, the parchment crinkling under his fist, the veins in his neck pulsing visibly. The fire crackled louder in the hearth, almost in response to the rage in the room, but it did nothing to warm the icy fury radiating from him. "Do you have any idea what this means? The humiliation? The shame?" His eyes darted to the empty space in the room as if expecting a ghost of the past to answer. "The Thorns will be a laughingstock, a disgrace." His teeth ground together audibly, the muscles in his jaw twitching from the effort of holding back the flood of curses that threatened to spill from his mouth. The name Thorn had once stood for something noble, proud, and unyielding. Now, because of him, it was whispered in hushed tones, mocked in back rooms, associated with scandal and cowardice. "I sent him to that battlefield to bleed for his shame, to redeem the family name." His fist crashed down onto the desk again, this time sending the inkpot flying, black ink splattering across the wood in violent streaks. The stain spreading over the desk mirrored the dark shadow now cast over the Thorn family. Assaulting the Duke's daughter wasn't enough, was it? He spat, his voice filled with bitter venom. "Now, he defies me, escapes like a rat in the night. After I gave him the one chance to prove himself, to die with at least a shred of honor. The thunderous roar of the fire was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. The man's breath hitched, his cold eyes narrowing as his gaze snapped toward the heavy oak barrier. For a moment, silence stretched, save for the crackling flames and the muffled hiss of ink pooling across the desk. "Enter," he barked, his voice still seething with the remnants of his fury. The door creaked open slowly, and in stepped a girl with clear black hair cascading down her back, her face shadowed but resolute. Her eyes, sharp as steel, met her father's without flinching. There was no hesitation, no fear, only a fierce determination that mirrored the storm brewing within him. She stepped forward with purpose, her footsteps light yet confident as they crossed the room. "Father," she began, her voice steady, carrying an undercurrent of cold resolve. "Leave that to me." The man's eyes, still alight with fury, flickered as they met hers. There was a long pause before he spoke, his voice cutting through the tense air. "What are you saying?" "I will find him," she continued, her tone unwavering, as if the decision had already been made. "And I will take his head myself."